In this video, I'm going to show you the excavators that I looked at on Facebook Marketplace that were available locally. And I'm just going to jump to the end and tell you I did purchase an excavator on Facebook Marketplace instead of the auction machines that I showed you earlier. So I'm going to go into all the details, what I paid for it, why I purchased it. But first, I'm going to break down every single excavator that I looked at. And I'm going to tell you what I liked about it, what I didn't like about it, and ultimately why I didn't buy it. And then I'm going to tell you the excavator I did buy and why that one I felt was the best option for me and this channel and you, because I'm hoping that my going through this process will help you go through the same process if you want to purchase an excavator. And I got to tell you, I was tied between two. It was really hard to decide. So we'll get to that in a minute. But right now, let's break down each of the excavators I looked at and why I didn't choose that excavator. Okay, let's go back to the auction yard and take a look at the auction machines that I reviewed. After I left the auction yard, I went home and did some research on each of those machines to kind of decide which one I might bid on if I decided to purchase an auction machine. So we'll start with the BTTL models. Now, I'm going to say right off the bat that I couldn't find a lot of information on that particular brand. So I don't know anything about parts availability or reliability or anything. So there wasn't a whole lot of information on them. But the ET12M6, which was the first one I looked at, the machine looked nice. It did have kind of a flimsy canopy on it. It had a hydraulic cooler and fan, which was nice. It had a nice control panel. It did, however, have very poor rear axis, did not care for that at all. No counterweights, no pilot controls, and I really have no idea what parts availability might be for on the BTTL models. And that's really important because the last thing you want to do is chase down parts on these machines. So that was just a big unknown for me. So I kind of ruled out that particular machine for the following reasons. I decided that I wanted a machine with counterweights. It seems like everybody in the forums always add counterweights to their machines. So I wanted to get a machine with counterweights. And then I also decided that I wanted to upgrade to a pilot controls. I have a machine with pilot controls, and I've had a machine without pilot controls. And although I like them both, the pilot controls are definitely a more comfortable way of operating an excavator. So those are the two things that I decided I had to have. So looking at the BTTL ET15M6, I have to say this was a machine that was definitely one I would consider. It had the hydraulic cooler and fan, nice control panel, counterweight, pilot controls, great rear access. Again, the cons, I'm not sure about parts availability. And the other thing I noticed when I did research on this unit, every video I saw where somebody was operating it, the machine seemed to be bucking a lot. It was really, really sensitive on those controls. So that gave me a little bit of pause on that machine, but we'll get back to that machine in a minute. So the next machine we come across is the ATS ME10. So again, this one had a very nice control panel. It had pilot controls, and it did have rear access, even though it was a very flimsy kind of tin door on the back. I didn't really care for that. Not sure of the parts availability for an ATS ME10. Did not have a counterweight and no hydro cooler on this particular unit, and didn't look at a lot of great space in there to add a hydraulic cooler. So I ruled that unit out. The next unit is the TPM18BS. That one had a nice control panel. It had pilot controls, great rear access, a counterweight, hydraulic thumb. It had a hydraulic cooler, and it also put the cylinders on top of the boom, so they were kind of out of the way. Not sure about parts availability on that unit, and it is a newer model, and the pricing on that unit tended to be a little higher, so thought maybe that one might be out of reach just in terms of my budget for this particular project. So then we have the Future FT15. Now this one, pretty plain unit. The cons on it, no parts availability. Well, I shouldn't say no parts. I just don't know what the parts availability is for a Future unit. No pilot controls. Rear access was a problem. No counterweight, no hydro cooler. It's a very simple unit. And I'm going to rule that one out because of the lack of counterweights and the no pilot controls. finally, the Future FT13. So that particular unit, again, same thing. Parts availability, it had no pilot controls, poor rear access, no counterweights, and no hydro cooler on that unit. So that would have to be added. And it was hard to get into. I just didn't really care for that machine, to be honest with you. So of all of the auction machines that I looked at, the only one that I'm going to put into the running is the BTTL ET15M6. So the next place I went to look for a machine is good old Facebook Marketplace. So this is where the resellers live. Now, sometimes they get a bad rap, but I have to tell you, they really do have to take the risk on these machines. They have to bid on the machine, drive to the auction house, make sure that the machine works, pick it up, load it on a trailer, deliver it to their place, go over the machine and do whatever they're going to do. And then they offer it for sale, which means they may sit on that money for a long time until someone buys it. And a lot of times they offer delivery too, which is very nice. So it is a place to consider if you don't want to take the first risk on the machine. Let someone else do that. And then you can get the machine and test it out and make sure that it works and it's to your satisfaction. But the one machine that kept coming up over and over that I was looking at was the H15R. So this machine seemed to be about the least expensive excavator that you could get. I saw it as low as $2,700. And it's an AGT machine. It's about 1.2 tons. And it has the following features. So this is a machine made by AGT. And here's the things that I liked about the machine. One, it's super easy to work on. There's parts availability. AGT makes a ton of machines. Like them or hate them, they probably make more machines than just about anybody on the market. A lot of them appear in auction. A lot of them are the ones that people say are cheap, etc., blah, blah, blah. But I can tell you, I looked up the pumps and the drive components, and you can get almost every part for this machine readily available on Amazon, eBay, and AGT's own website. So the cost on this one was extremely low, about $2,700 I saw it for. The downside on this machine, rear access was difficult, did not have a hydro cooler, no counterweight, and no pilot controls. So as much as I love this machine and I really, really considered getting it because a lot of people use this machine a lot and love it, I decided that because of the lack of counterweights and the pilot controls, I was going to pass on this one. So the other machine that I looked at that I wanted to consider was the H15R. So the H15R is a 1.5 ton machine, and it has the following features. Well, right off the bat, love the color, love the turquoise, and it's I like the way the machine looks. So again, being an AGT machine, using very common parts, the availability of parts is there. It has a very large counterweight in the rear. It has pilot controls. You see tons of videos of people taking this one apart and working on it. So it's very easy to work on and very accessible. It has rear access is kind of an issue, but not as much of an issue as other machines. It has a very large rear panel. You can't just swing open a door and get to the engine. You have to take off like 6 bolts in order to do it, but it's a large panel that comes off. Very heavy duty large panel, not a cheap one. It also lacks a hydraulic cooler. But keep in mind, every single machine that we saw today needs a hydraulic filter added. And as long as you're adding a hydraulic filter, you may as well add a hydraulic cooler. And by adding your own hydraulic cooler, you know that if there's a leak or a problem with that hydraulic cooler, they're very inexpensive to buy on Amazon. And the fittings and everything have been worked out by other people already. So it's an easy mod to make for these particular units. So that's another machine that I was seriously considering, the H15R. So in the end, it came down to these two units, the BTTL15 or the H15R. And I'll be honest with you, I probably could have chosen either of these units and been fine. But in the end, I chose the H15R for the following reasons. One, everything we talked about just now with parts availability. AGT makes a lot of machines. The last thing I want to do is run around looking for parts. The BTTL did have just about everything I wanted on a machine with the hydraulic cooler, the rear weight, etc. But I felt like the H15, by adding my own hydraulic cooler and fans, and I was going to have to add a filter anyway, so they sell the kits for the H15, which makes that very easy. That's the one I finally decided to buy. So I was able to get one on Facebook Marketplace from a local seller of these machines, Hearst Machines, and the man was able to deliver it to my house. He threw in an extra wide smoothing bucket with it, and I was able to get it delivered to my house for $4,000. So I thought that was a reasonable price for that machine. So the machine was delivered in an ice storm. So I brought the H15 into my garage. It's heated. I've given it a couple days to thaw out and dry out so that I could not get all wet looking at it. So let's do a quick walk around in this machine. I'll show you the features it has. And then we'll kind of talk about why this machine won me over compared to all of the other Chinese machines that I looked at. So right off the bat, I like the color. I'm going to be honest with you. I know there's a couple others that are of this color. The 12 was this color, but I do like the turquoise, I have to admit. So that is a nice touch, but you know, in the end, what difference does it make what color it is? But I do kind of like the color. So we'll just take a quick overview of this machine, and I'll tell you what I like about it and what maybe some of the things it doesn't have that maybe it could have that would make it a little bit of a easier machine to work on, etc. But we'll cover that in a second. So we'll just start here. Feels pretty stout. I mean, the welds, not as smooth as my Jansen MB500, which was built in a robot factory. So these are probably hand welded, I'm assuming, because they're not as smooth and nice as that. But you know, they appear pretty stout. We'll just have to see how they hold up. The booms, the cylinders are big. I mean, these pistons are large. So this thing should have a lot of power. I checked it out. There are grease fittings, you know, and I'm all over the place on this thing. So everything can get greased up. There's no slop here in these piston movements, which I like. So I don't have to worry about shims right now on this particular machine. And they appear to be dry. All of these are dry. So obviously part of the process when you get one of these machines is to go through and grease the crap out of it, because just assume it has no grease or they use it sparingly on all the fittings. So just know you're going to have to grease the heck out of it to get the grease into where you need it. But this one does not have a swing boom. It is a fixed boom unit, which I'm going to see how that is. I have really no problem with it being a fixed boom. I have a swing boom on my other one, so you know, over the course of the spring and summer as I use them, we'll see if I have a need for a swing boom or if it's just kind of one of those nice to have things that you don't really need. So right off the bat, you can see this one has a nice wide stance, but it does not have an adjustable track. And I'll be honest with you, I had on my CardiWell a expandable track system, and you only really need it. You're never going to run it narrow. It's only for storage or getting through a gate, and I don't have any gates. So when I bought that, I paid like $400 for it when I ordered it from China. To be honest with you, I could care less about that feature. So if you need to get through narrow openings, that might be something for you to consider, but I didn't, so I don't care. It has a nice thick blade on it, so that should be nice for pushing dirt. The unit has pilot controls. So I know in one of my other videos we talked, when I compared my CardiWell to my Jansen, we talked about pilot controls versus regular. And this is really, it does add a layer of complexity, but for operating the machine, if you're going to be doing it all day, this is more comfortable. You're sitting in a nice position, a relaxed position, and it gives you a chance to do this without getting your back kind of whacked out. So that is a feature that you might want. So they all come usually with your Chinese toolbox. So I haven't opened this yet. Let's take a look and see what goodies maybe they included in our toolbox here. Not much in here, just a bag. Let's see what's in the bag. Screwdriver, this is a socket, a stiff socket wrench. some open end wrenches, and my little grease kit. So bottom line is, I'll probably never use any of the stuff in this box. So it'll go as a storage box. I like to, if I have spare stuff for this unit, like if you're gonna put an oil filter on it, a hydraulic oil filter on this machine and some other things that we'll be doing. If you buy an extra oil filter, you know, I usually just label those boxes for H15 and that'll be my box for it. So to hold spare parts. So this one has the foot pedals. One is for the blade. I believe this one's for the blade. And then this one is for your aux, which is already here. And, you know, one of the things that I'm planning on doing to this machine all winter, which I'm going to film each one, is I'm going to add a hydraulic thumb, and that'll be my pedal for the thumb. So this is a 420cc Rado engine on this particular unit, which is the same as like the Harbor Freight Predator engine, so they're easy to replace. The engine compartment here is nice and open. There's a filter right there for the pilot controls. That's on the high pressure side of the unit. So that is a different type of filter that you would have to replace if you need to down the road. There's no return filter, so I'll be adding that. There's going to be no hydraulic cooler on this one, so that's something you might want to add, which I will be adding in this video series. But pretty empty down here. Just the engine, a pump, and the pilot controls, which are right here. And there's your solenoid for your pilot controls. So, you know, unlike my Cardiwell, which if you watch one of my previous videos, it was just a mess of hoses in there because it had, you know, it not only had the pilot controls, it had a expandable track system that was shared with the, I think the blade, and then, because it had a set of solenoid there to adjust that. It had the swing boom on it, so we had the switch for the swing boom, and so it just had a lot of extra complexity here that this one just does not. Obviously, battery cutoff here, headlight switch here, and then here's your lockout for your pilot controls. Not a fan, because you can forget this, but it does have a light that comes on when it's on. It's either when it's on or locked, I can't remember now, but that at least is a reminder, but that's easy to forget, and you could snag something on here as you're getting on and off the machine. So this is better than nothing, but it's not the best. The best is when it blocks you from getting into the machine, you have to lift this up. But, you know, it's a $4,000 machine, so that brings me to my next point. What did I pay for this? It was $4,000. That was with delivery and a smoothing bucket. So can you get them cheaper? Sure. There was a guy in West Virginia, like 3-hour drive from me, who was offering them for $3 grand a piece, but I had to go get it and bring it home, and it's wintertime and I needed the trailer. And this guy was local. He was real nice guy who brought it out, and you know, he was willing to deliver it and bring it right to my house, drop it off in the driveway. And I got to tell you, that is a great way to go. So, you know, at the auction, I'd have to go get the machine, and you know, just an extra layer of complexity that you have to pay for it, but sometimes that's worth it. So this has this pretty standard, you know, cheap excavator seat that I'm not crazy about. I will get rid of this seat. I'm going to upgrade it to the one with the armrests and a seat belt. Because in a big machine like this, if you're moving it around and doing some stuff, I just want to be secured in here. This is a much heavier machine than my Jansen MB500. So if this thing goes rolling over, you definitely feel that. So I think it's higher up off the ground. You have a longer way to fall. I want to be strapped to that seat when I operate it. So I think that's just a good feature there. So here's obviously your drives for your track system. I'm going to look into maybe putting the pedals on here. These are not, you know, they're okay, but this easily lends itself to a pedal system so that you can operate this maybe with some pedals. So we're going to see about that. Not sure yet on that one. I'm going to have to see what's available out there. But there's the machine. This is what I decided. Now, let me give you the two biggest reasons why this machine is the one I picked. Number one, it has pilot controls. That's something you cannot upgrade at a later date. So you have to decide right off the bat when you're looking at these machines if you want pilot controls or you don't, because it's upgradable ever if you decide not to get them. This one had them, so it gave it that was a plus. The other thing, and this is one of the other big reasons I chose this machine, is, it might be hard to see. I don't think I can do it through the top, but right here. This is a gigantic counterweight in the rear of this machine. Everybody wants a counterweight in their machine, and they try to add them. This is also very difficult to add after the fact and make it look good. You know, there's guys who pour concrete forms back here. They're hanging weights off the rear. They're putting hitches back here and hanging weights off the hitches. And again, it's fine, but it's just extra work, and it's something that everybody seems to want, are these counterweights. And if you don't have them, you got to add them, and they're not easy to add and make them look good. So those two factors alone won me over on this machine compared to every other one I looked at. Now, the only one, I'll be honest with you, that came close to this machine was the Battler. I think it was a something 15 BTTL excavator. And it had a counterweight in the rear. It had a hydraulic cooler on it, and it was a good sized machine, about the same, and it had a really nice control center here. But the reason I didn't pick that one, because it was basically going to be about the same price, was one, I saw video after video of people using that BTTL, and it looked like it was an absolute bucking bronco. And it was just crazy. Now, I haven't used this one to any large extent yet, other than bringing it here into my garage. But when I did operate it a little, and we're gonna get into this later after I do all the mods on this one, it felt good. It didn't jump, it didn't feel jerky, felt a lot smoother on that boom than my Cardewell CW12 Pro. So I don't know, I'm not gonna make a determination on that yet, but this one felt really good right off the bat. So we'll see how that holds up and how it plays out when I get into it. So, okay, so that's the machine, that's the overview. You know, if you've looked at Chinese excavators at all, you know that this is a pretty basic unit. The one thing it doesn't have is a hinge door to get in the back here. Some guys put hinges on these. This is just a big, heavy-duty piece of metal here. The one thing I didn't like about the units that had the panels that opened up is they were so flimsy. The panel felt like, you know, tissue paper, and they didn't fit. The fit and finish was terrible on those, and I just didn't care for that feel. So this one just nice and stout, and this is a heavy piece right here. So there's a lot of weight on the rear here. So you can hinge this thing. I've seen guys do all kinds of things to make it easier to get back here, but you also have these big panels here that can be removed with 6 bolts if you need to get back here. So time will tell what this means, but we're going to disassemble this whole machine for the modifications that I'm going to do in this video series. So let me tell you right now about what my plans are for this machine over the winter, since I have the luxury of time, because spring is a long way away here in Northeast Ohio, that I don't have to worry about time right now. So I have time to do all of this. So number one, the guy who brought it out said he changed all the fluids already. That's great. I'm going to do it again. For 2 reasons. Number one, I just like to know that what I have in here, because then I use a 10W30 Mobile 1 on all my machines, so I'm just going to get it ready to go with that right off the bat while I have the time. Number 2, the hydraulic fluid. I need to drain this anyways, because I'm going to be adding the following mods to the machine. I'm going to put in a hydraulic cooler and filter on the return side, and that'll mount right here. And as you've seen, they have the kits you can get. I'm going to get one of those, probably as a kit form. I pay a little bit more that way, but I'll keep you apprised of all the costs I put into this thing. But I know you can buy all that stuff separately and find all the pieces and fittings yourself, but I'm going to go the easy route and just get a kit ready to hook up and show you how to do that. Secondly, I'm going to put in a fuse block on this machine. I'm going to probably put it about right here. And that's going to be where I know that everything running into a fuse, I know where it goes. I know I just have one central location to access my wires. I know some guys hook everything right up here to the battery shutoff switch. And you know, there's nothing wrong with doing it that way. That way, when you turn this thing on, everything comes on at one time. You hear it. When you turn it off, everything goes off. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put all the power I'm going to use this as the cutoff, same thing, but I'm just going to have it through a central block right here that I can easily reach and access all of my wiring, and I know where everything is that runs. I'm going to be adding a 10-inch fan over here for additional ventilation. I'm most likely going to be putting some heat insulation on this panel here to keep the heat off of my legs as much as I can, because that's where your legs are going to sit. And I am, you know, this gets hot in here, there's no doubt. I'm going to put heat insulation on the bottom here of this seat, and that will keep the heat then maybe from warming you up too much while you operate the machine. I purchased a muffler blanket that I'll be putting over top of the muffler on this machine so that it stays nice and cool. And then I have, then I'm going to put a hydraulic thumb on the machine here and hook it up to these, so that will be done. And I'm also going to be replacing these pins, most likely with Greasable. These are non-greasable. Now this doesn't move, so they don't need to be greased. But with a hydraulic thumb, we'll see what comes with the thumb, but I have a feeling it doesn't come with these, so I'm going to order Greasable pins here for the hydraulic thumb, because that's really right now the only pins on the machine that aren't greasable on this machine. So I'll be adding those to make sure we get grease on the hydraulic thumb where it moves. And beyond that, if there's anything else that I think of that I'm going to be adding, we'll be putting, cushion valve. I'm going to be putting a cushion valve on it. And I'm going to show you again over the winter, this thing disassembled and all the mods and help I'm going to make sure everything's tight. The one thing I'm going to do is on that swing motor on this machine, I am 100% going to remove all of those bolts. And then I am going to put Nord lock washers on them to lock them in place, along with Loctite. So there might be a few other things we do along the way as we check this out, but you'll be along. But today we're just going to be taking this thing apart, and I'll just show you. It shouldn't be too complicated because most of this stuff is pretty simple. But we're going to start here with these. They all give you these cheap Chinese little carpets here, and it's kind of funny because they're all about the same on all the units, but. This one just slides over the pedals, obviously, to get off, it looks like. And making it a little fun to do here with one hand, but that's okay. I don't know if I'm going to keep this or not. I got to be honest with you. I'm on the fence. I see a lot of guys, they go up to Harbor Freight and they get the ones that are the diamond plate rubber panels that come in, like, I think 12 by 12 squares. They look that looks nice. And they put those on. This one's kind of a pain in the neck, to be honest with you, to get on and off all the time if you're going to do it. And they get dirty and dirt gets up underneath here. So I might just ditch this and put diamond plate underneath it. So I haven't decided yet. So we're going to find out. I think that's probably what I'm going to do, though. But it looks like on this machine, this panel 100% has to come off. So these pedals here and these arms have to come off for you to do that. And it appears there's a nut down here and they're screwed in straight down. I should just be able to turn these and unscrew them. And that is the case. So we're going to go ahead and take these babies off. Pretty simple. And as I told you before, I'm going to see about getting foot pedals for this. I'll see what all the other guys are doing. And maybe see if I can get foot pedals for those controls. But we'll just set these over here for now. Try to keep everything organized so it doesn't get lost over the winter. And again, it just appears that these unscrew. I'm going to need a wrench on this one. So let's do that. I'm going to set this camera up here so that it's not in our way. But we can still see what's going on here. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and get our tools here. Okay, this is a 17 millimeter nut that is currently on here. There we go. So you just need to loosen that nut a little bit, and then this will come right off. And it looks like both of them have a little bit of a pre-bend in them, so that doesn't look to be an error. That's there on purpose to kind of tilt back towards you. But there's one. Yeah, that's very easy to get those off. So 17 millimeter on that. And we'll see what. $13 millimeter bolts for the floor pan. There's one. Two, and that pan's off. So that's pretty simple. Now I have no idea what the bolts are on this machine and if they're all the same or not. So I'm going to take and keep track of these. I like to label Ziploc bags. If they're all different, we're going to label them for what component they came off of and then put them back in our little Chinese toolbox until I reassemble. But for now, I'm just going to see if they're all the same. I think on a lot of these machines, these bolts are all going to be the same, so I won't have to worry about necessarily labeling them for where they went because they're all going to be the same bolt. So we're going to find that out as we go along here. But for now, let's go ahead and take this pan off and see what's under there. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. And it turns out this top bolt is actually a different size. And it appears that's all you need to take that back cover off. And it's big. It's not super heavy. I don't know. I'd say this is maybe 25, 30 pounds. So way heavier than the ones that the other machines had, those little flimsy ones that I showed you at the auction machines. This thing feels really nice and substantial. Okay, so let's see if there's anything back here that's going to make me want to take any additional panels off. You know, obviously I can take these panels off, they come off, but it looks like they're integral to the top here. So the way they constructed this machine is they have a big welded, frame over here, but everything comes together as one big box and bolts together. So it all forms the basis of the cage here that you sit on, or the box that you sit on. So if you take these off, then this becomes loose. So I see no reason to go any further. I think this is fine. It looks like I can get to everything. I can add my old cooler right here. Plenty of room to put it there. And I can put a fan over here. There's just tons of room in here. This is really nice. Here is that monster counterweight I told you about. You know, in the other machines, they had stacks of weights on here that were with big bolts going through, and they're individual plates. It looks like they've gone to a different system now where it's just a solid, it's not cast, it's metal, so maybe this is just covering up those weights underneath here. But this is one of the reasons, like I said, I chose this machine, because of this weight right here. I love having that counterweight in the back. It just adds stability to the machine. So everything here is nice and accessible to get to. I can go ahead and add the cooler, and like I told you, the cushion valve will be added back there, because up here you do have it is a little tight up here for, for the cushion valve, it might just sit right back there behind that battery. That might be a nice place for it, but we'll see. As we delve into it, all this will become apparent. But again, this machine, because of its design, it's just, everything's kind of laid out here and in the open. So I'll be able to get to everything. So it's going to be a fun project. I'll take measurements on these seat bolts here and make sure that the seat I'm ordering will fit on that pattern here. Not a big deal if you need to drill new ones, but it's always nice when they fit. And I'll order that seat. So we'll just start here in no particular order. But the first couple things I bought right off the bat, I always buy edge protectors for my units. And the reason that I do this is as follows. So I have a 1/2 inch rubber edge protector here. And this just will protect, there's a lot of sharp edges on this unit. And when they put these things together, they snake their hoses through openings, and they don't do really anything to protect those hoses from the sharp edges on those openings. So I usually get these standard, this is a 1/4 inch edge protector, and this is a 1/2 inch. I don't know if I need a different size or not, but we'll find that out together. But I'll show you what these do for me. Now, on this unit, the hoses here especially, you can see they're running right along this edge. So they're already, I don't know if you can see that on the hose, but they're already, after no use at all, just from shipping and vibration during shipping, it's already gouging the hose here. So those are likely going to be a place where that's going to pop and you're going to have a hydraulic leak sooner or later. This unit, do not underestimate vibrations from these units. They are real, and they have anything that touches each other and rubs will eventually develop a hole, even if it's just two hoses rubbing against each other. The other place I saw that there was an issue is right here. These hoses snake underneath this big piece of plate steel here, and that is going to be an issue. So a couple things we can do. We can wrap each individual hose, which I also will probably do, but I bought this 1/2-inch edge protector for down here, and that way it will protect these hoses from that sharp edge. And I'll also do it in any other places that I find where I might be getting, an edge mark, or where I may not have located all of them, but I have it now. So I bought it in quantity. Those cost me, I'll tell you right now, I bought those one on Amazon for $11. So the 1/2-inch here, this one's $11. And the other one, the 1/2-inch one had to come directly from China, from eBay. And that one was $18. So you might be able to find them cheaper. And if you do, get them. I didn't really check Temu's. They may have these two cheaper. So that's what those cost me. Next thing I bought for this unit was heat shields. So I bought them in two different sizes, because I know that these units, obviously you're enclosing a gasoline-powered engine in a very small space. There's going to be ventilation, but it's still going to develop a lot of heat. Now, I wanted to get some heat shields for a couple reasons. And I got them in two different sizes. These are adhesive backed, and they claim that they can withstand like 2,000 degrees on this side and not transfer it over to this side. So these are for wrapping hoses, mufflers, whatever you want. Now, what I'm going to do with this, rightly or wrongly, is I don't want my legs to get hot here on the machine. So this is likely to get very warm from inside that engine compartment. So what I want to do is I want to wrap the back of it in here. Let's give you a quick angle on shot, but back here I'm going to put a heat wrap here. And then I'm going to also put a heat wrap here under my seat, because this is likely to get warm too from that heat rising up, and I want to deflect that heat so that my legs and everything else, in the summertime you're wearing shorts, and I just don't want to burn my legs on my excavator or make it uncomfortable. So I'm going to make that as comfortable for myself as possible, and we'll see how that works out. I've never used this product, so I don't know. Now that cost me, the heat wrap I purchased on Amazon, and that cost me $32 for two different sizes. They had a size that was basically perfect size for the for the seat rather, and one that was about the perfect size for that back panel. So what I will do is I will drill that back panel for the accessories I'm going to put on it, and then go ahead and apply those and punch through that hole so I can attach everything. And we'll see how that works out. So the next thing that I purchased for this unit were these switches. So I am going to install an oil cooler with a fan and a 10-inch fan to this unit. So I could have just attached them directly to the battery shutoff. And then every time I turn the machine on, all the fans run right off the bat. They make a noise so you know they're on. But I wanted this for a couple reasons. Number one, this provides you with chargers for your cell phone. And then it also has a battery voltage indicator here. So you can see the healthier battery. And I thought that might be nice to have. So I am going to install this, and it will then be switchable here for each of those fans, because I may not want to run both fans all the time. But I am going to install this unit right here. So that is going to be right here on this panel. It's a nice place to put it. There'll be the 3 switches here, and we're going to cut a hole in here and then put those switches in just like they have these switches on here. So that should be a nice add to this unit. So the next thing I bought to go along with the switches was a fuse block. So this is a simple 6 fuse block. I wanted to centralize all my fuses so that I know exactly if I'm having an electrical problem, I can pull that fuse. I know where it goes on this block. So I'm going to install this fuse block in the center of the rear panel that we looked at earlier in the back of the machine. And then all my wiring can come to this point and I'll know exactly where the problem might be if I have a problem with a unit or a fan or something. And so the switches cost me, and again, you might be able to get these cheaper somewhere. I got the switches on Amazon. They were $25. And the fuse block, it was a nice one. I like the way it was set up because this one has, you bring your main ground wire in here, and then I will run this ground wire right to the battery cutoff so that when I turn the battery cutoff switch on, it powers this on. And then your battery positive comes here, and then you can feed each of these switches. You have 6 slots to use for different functions. So I also purchased this. You can't really see what this thing does yet, but this is a temperature gauge. And I'm going to use it for taking the temperature of my hydraulic fluid. So I know a lot of people might say, well, that's a little bit redundant because there is a thermometer on the side of the tank. But I can tell you that it's usually not super clear, the whatever glass they use, and they have a little piece of paper in there with writing on it, and it's sometimes the numbers on there are even way off, they don't even make sense. But trying to see that little itty bitty tiny red thermometer gauge and where it is it's virtually impossible for me. I had on my Cardiwell, I could see it very clearly, and I still had a hard time. So this one has a very tiny, tiny, tiny little temperature probe that goes into whatever it is you want to measure. And that I am going to put right here on this lid. I'm probably going to try to snake it down through one of these bolt holes. And if that doesn't work, I'll probably just drill a hole in here and just drop it down and put a grommet here. But that way it'll be submersed in the hydraulic fluid. And then I'm going to mount the unit reader right here so that I have a clear view of the temperature of the hydraulic fluid at all times. And then I'll wire that right into that fuse block I'm going to put in. And that'll be a simple little mod that will require maybe drilling one little hole. And I'll have easy to read hydraulic temperatures on this unit, which I think for everybody, it's really important to keep track of that hydraulic temperature. I'm not sure what it's going to run as far as hydraulic temperatures. So every degree, like over 140, it reduces the life of your hydraulic fluid by a lot. So I don't know how that all works out with the time scale and how often you have to change your fluid, but you want to keep those temperatures under control. So we'll see how that works out. So this is my 10-inch fan. And the nice thing about this unit is the big giant side grates that they put on this unit here accommodate a 10-inch fan just about perfectly. So I'll mount that inside, and I will probably blow the air in. I'll probably suck cool air out from here and blow it in. I'm just going to have to see. I'm going to read up what everybody else is doing and decide which way I'm going to direct the fan. This is reversible, 10-inch, came from Amazon, and that fan was $33. So that's how much I spent on that particular mod. In going back to the wiring just for a minute, this is stuff I usually always have wiring kicking around my garage, so I didn't really spend money on this. I, of course, have the fuse couplers, the connectors from Harbor Freight that I always have around the garage for different projects. So I don't really have a price for that, but if you don't have those laying around, they're pretty cheap at Harbor Freight. So the other thing I bought was hydraulic cord wrap, and this was from Amazon. I'm going to go ahead and give any hose that I see has really in a place where I might need double protection. I'm going to wrap it as well as put the edge guard on. And this was, I believe, from Amazon. And that oil wrap cost me $20 for that box. So the next thing I purchased as a mod was a convenience item. This is an extension for the Rado 420 for the oil plug that's on that engine is in a terrible place. And it leaks. When you take it out, it's going to pour oil right onto the frame. So a lot of people, what they do is they will take your bucket and lift the entire machine up so it tilts back so that the oil kind of flows across the frame and into your pan. But with this extension, you've eliminated that entirely. All you have to do is take the bolt off the end, and it just goes down through the hole that is right behind that frame, and you can put it right into your oil container, and it makes changing oil on this thing a snap without making a big mess. And that's kind of nice, optional, of course, but that cost me, that was on Amazon, and that was $17 for the oil tube. This, I'm going to wrap my wires after I get done wiring everything in wire wrap. I think I have a bunch of these laying around my garage from Harbor Freight because they're from previous projects. I think these are $3. They cost nothing. So it's just a nice touch. You don't have bare, wires just hanging out all over your engine compartment. Tidy them up, put them into a wrap, and then you can zip tie them up out of the way, and it keeps everything neat and clean underneath there. Again, don't have to do it, but it makes everything look nice. Okay, this is a grease fitting assortment from Harbor Freight. I think it's $8. I've had this from my previous excavators, but if you don't like those needle zerks, you can put these on here. If you break a zerk off that's not a needle zerk, they're easy to replace. This is a metric set, and they have most of the common sizes in here that'll fit on this unit. So grab yourself a pack of these. And then I'm going to change out some of these, not because they're needle zerks, but because the orientation of the greasable fitting is wrong, the zerk. So what they give you are these ones that have a bend to them. So if you have one that's hard to get your gun on, you can just swap them out with the ones and bend it towards you so it's easier to get to, and it makes it a lot more convenient to grease your machine. I don't like fighting any of this stuff. All right, moving on. I bought the infamous muffler blanket for the Brado 420. So basically everybody kind of says this is mandatory. I'm not going to tell you it is, but if you look at most of the units that are sold by some of the bigger brand names, they wrap their mufflers. Every one of them wraps the muffler with insulation. So this muffler blanket is a nice addition that you can get that makes it really easy so you're not screwing around with muffler tape and all that stuff. This was $50, and I bought this on eBay. So I think that was worth it. All right, moving over here. So the next thing I bought was a hydraulic thumb. So I'm just going to show you this one here. This one, I read up on the forums, and they said this was made for the Typhoon, and they gave the number, and they said this one would fit this unit exactly without any problems. So I'm going to give it a whirl and make sure that is the case. This one came with, this grease zerk here was busted off when I got it. They pack these things terribly. I'm just going to let you know. So inspect them for damage the minute you get them. But again, with that kit, I just, in about, a minute, I swapped it out with a new one. So not a big deal. They give you with this kit, these pins here and these pins. So these pins here are for this piece. Okay. So this piece fits right here in this 3-hole configuration there. And that's what holds it in place there. But it pivots here, but this is greasable. So they give you a bolt for this. One of these bolts here goes right here, and it pivots, but you can grease it. The problem here is there are no grease fittings on any of these bolts or any of these areas here. That's a problem. And this is going to move, and it's going to have a lot of strain on it, and you're going to want it greased. So I purchased, this is from AGT Micro Excavators, and I believe this is on eBay. I purchased greasable pins. Now there's a plug there in the end, but if you pull that plug off, trust me, there's a grease zerk there. See how that has 3 holes in it? That's going to be right there, and that's going to grease each of your hinge points. So and I bought 2 of these because they come as a kit, but the greasable one here for the movement. And then you also get this. So what is this? This is a greasable quick hitch. So right now, if you want to take your bucket off, you're supposed to take off these big bolts here. Every single time you want to change an attachment, you're supposed to take out these bolts, and they've got big nuts on them, which means you have a bunch of tools you need, etc. What you do with these is these are greasable. They have the plug in the end here, and they have a hitch pin. So hitch pin's right here, and you can see there's 3 hitch pin holes here. So not to insult your intelligence, but you're going to slide that through your bucket, put a hitch pin in, and now you have a greasable pin here that can be easily removed, and you can swap buckets and put on different buckets, etc., in the field without needing a bunch of tools. And I think that's important. This cost me, I bought this on eBay, and this cost me $72. So that was a $72 mod. But I think that's probably, I'm going to go into the category of required because I don't like the fact that these aren't greasable. So probably worth it, but you make up your mind. Okay, the next thing I bought. Okay, this is a remote battery coupler. So what happens is on these machines, I'll take you over here and show you. The battery right now is completely accessible, but that's only because I have removed my canopy and I have removed this plate right here. So if you are working on this machine at any other time and the battery goes dead, or you want to trickle charge it while you're not using it, you can see the battery is just not in a place that's easy to get to when it's assembled and operating. So that is a problem. So fortunately, they make these remote battery post kits so you can relocate the ability to jump or charge that battery. And I don't know where I'm going to put this yet, but the cables they give you are quite long. They're nice heavy-duty cords for jumping, but they're pretty long. So you're going to be able to jump this thing from a remote location somewhere on that excavator. And trust me, if that battery goes dead and you're not having to remove all that stuff, you're going to thank yourself that you did it. So while you're modding it up, while the pan is open and that battery's sitting right there, you may as well go ahead and put it on. I think it's worth it. Now, that particular mod was, I bought it on Amazon, and that was $25. Okay, so now we're going to get into the more expensive parts of what I purchase. Everything else you can buy along the way and not have a big hit at any one point. But, you know, there's going to come the next part here that you're going to have to make a decision. Oh, the hydraulic thumb. I almost forgot. So that one, again, optional. You have a manual thumb. You may not need the hydraulic thumb at all. I want to show you how to put it on. So I bought it. But don't feel like you have to have a hydraulic thumb. You can take this manual thumb off and leave that arm smooth and add it when you need to pick things up, etc. I'm going to put a hydraulic thumb on though. Completely optional, not needed. It's a convenience item. $182 for that hydraulic thumb. Is that the cheapest you can get them? I don't know, but I saw that it fit. It seemed pretty heavy duty. Some people gave it good reviews, so that's the one I bought. Now, if you have an OLA or a Mac.bid auction house near you, unfortunately, after I bought this thing, I saw that someone had returned one and it went to one of those auction houses, $8. So yeah, I could have gotten a ton cheaper, but I had already purchased this one and I just didn't feel like messing with it. So anyways, yeah, there's always ways of getting things cheaper, but that's what it costs. All right, so that was a purchase on eBay, by the way. So next, let's go to, okay, this is a cushion valve. So I'm going to put this on my swing motor. And this will do a couple things. Number one, it's going to take the force of stopping that boom as you swing it off of that swing motor. It's going to allow the boom and whatever load you have in it to slightly swing past where you want it to be and not jar that motor when it stops. There's a little gear on there, and those motors are notorious for breaking bolts, cracking the ears on the motor, and also for bolts loosening up. This will help a lot because this will take away a lot of that force that's rattling that motor. So I bought this from Bill Silva, and I highly recommend Bill Silva. You know, you can get your cushion valve wherever you want, but I will tell you this about Bill Silva. You text him or Facebook message him and he responds, I mean, immediately. It's amazing. I'll ask him a couple questions. He'll send me pictures. I can send him pictures, and he just dialogue back and forth. You ask anything you want to ask him, he's happy to help. And I just love that, because sometimes when you're doing stuff and you haven't done it before, it's nice to have somebody there who can help you, and he's willing to help. So that one I got from Bill, and that cost me $175. But it comes with all of your adapters for putting the cushion valve on and making them fit other, like your hydro motor or whatever. It also comes with the hoses for it. So these are the hoses you get with it. They're all pre-assembled. I got a cushion valve for my Cardiwell 12 CW12 Pro from Bill, and I have a video on me putting it on, and I'm serious, it took me 20 minutes. It was easy. It's just a matter of how easy it is to get these hoses off that swing motor to begin with. That's really the limiting factor of how hard it is. Those are difficult to get to. Makes it a little bit more difficult, but everything's here and ready to go, and you just kind of plug and play. Okay, so one of the big issues with these machines that I've read about online from a lot of people is that the swing motor bolts become loose and vibrate off, and that no matter how many times they put Loctite on them and bolt them down, they loosen up again. So I did some research on this, and I found what I think should be the solution for this. So one of the other things I purchased was a pack of very expensive washers. These are called Nord Lock washers. And it cost me $30 for 20 of them. But I'm going to show you how they work. And I hope I can capture this on film. They come in a pair, and they are ridged on one side. On both sides, they have ridges to bite into the bolt and then to the mounting surface. But then the pair of washers themselves, and I hope this shows up, and I don't know if it will, but there are little wedges in there, so that once you tighten this down and it's bit into the bolt and then to the mounting surface, it can't vibrate off, because it actually has to ride over a wedge to come out. So bottom line is, the more the bolt tries to loosen, the tighter this grip becomes. So these are made for high vibration areas where you can't have a failure on a bolt. So they're expensive, yes, but I think they're worth it. There's 4 bolts that come off on that swing motor, and they're probably going to be a little bit difficult to get off, but we'll go through that together. And then I'm going to go ahead and take those bolts off. I'm going to use red thread locker on the bolts, and I'm going to replace the lock washer that's already on the bolt with these Nord Lock washers. And I should only have to do this one time, and I'll never have to do it again. So I'm going to say, because of all of the people who have said how many times those come loose, this should be considered a mandatory one to do. You decide. But as long as you have this thing torn apart and you're going to put a cushion valve on anyways, do it all at one time. Get it done and be done with it. But Nord Lock washers, kind of expensive, but I think they're worth it. Then the next thing, and this is the most expensive thing on the item, is the hydraulic cooler. So again, I got this from Bill Silva. It comes ready to roll with the filter attached, and all of the hoses, the electrical is right here. It's fused already. And I'll tell you right now, that was $400. Now I know what you're saying. I can get the coolers on Amazon for $80. I can get 100. I can get the filter assembly, and I just have to go find the fittings and blah, blah, blah. I get it. And if that's the way you want to go, I encourage it, because $400 is kind of a hit and expensive. The reason I decided to do it was this. Bill gives you all of your hoses. You don't have to chase fittings. You don't have to do anything but put it on. The hoses are all here. They're even labeled. This one says tank, so I don't have to guess. I know that one goes to the tank. Cooler, that one goes to the cooler. That's pretty self-explanatory. Then this one is a little extension hose. So what they did on this unit is they moved the brand new 2025 H15s, the return hose that used to go from the valve assembly back to the tank, has been moved. It used to be on facing the unit, it used to be on the right. Now it's on the left, which means that when you put your hydro cooler on, you have further to go with the hoses. So what they did here is, this is your filter here, that this is going to connect to your filter. And then what Bill does is he gives you an adapter here that all you have to do is the tank that's coming off, the hose that comes off your tank, you're just going to screw it right here. So you're going to be fine, because the return, we got it all, he has it all labeled, and you have an extension here, and so it's going to make it very easy to bolt this up. So again, I'm going to do it with you, so we're going to find out if any of what I just said is accurate or not. So we're going to struggle through that and find out. And if it doesn't work, I'll let you know, and hopefully I know Bill will help me through it if I run into a problem. So that was $400, Bill Silva as a kit. I think it's worth it, but we'll find out. Now, the next thing I bought, I didn't have to buy right now, but I wanted to do it because I wanted to show you guys, because I think this is very important. You don't have to get these. Everything I'm showing you is optional. But I bought guards for my cylinders, because when you're out in the field, and I saw this last year, and it's in one of my videos actually, my son was moving a rock with the carty well, and when he brought it in towards the blade, it flipped up over the blade and landed right on top of the the hydraulic cylinder there, but I had a guard on it. So it was fine, it didn't hurt anything. But if I didn't have that guard, probably would have broken a fitting right there, and then I would have been repairing that. So Bearded Ray Jeep parts is where I got these. It came as a big set. It was expensive. It was $300, but you can probably do this cheaper somewhere. I have no idea, but this is really thick stuff. So nothing is going to hurt this. Now, this piece here, I actually thought it was going to go somewhere else. So I was a little disappointed, not with this product, of course, but with me, because I didn't do my investigating, but I don't know if they make the guard for where I really wanted it. So I'll show you what I'm talking about. So this guard, as it turns out, goes right here. It's going to mount here. Okay, and that's going to keep this cylinder in the front, these lines here, protected from, this is sitting out in front of your machine. You're moving stuff. You might swing your machine around and hit a tree, and you got a very vulnerable line right here. I can tell you that when you're up in tight quarters and you're swinging the cab, it's real easy to kind of lose track of where you are, and you can hit something against, and these right here, these aren't that strong. These are going to break under the force of this excavator. So you put one of these on like this, and boom, you're going to hit this, and you're going to be fine. It's going to stop that. So awesome, heavy duty guard to go on that cylinder. What I thought I was getting, and this is my fault, not Ray's fault, I thought I was getting one to protect this cylinder, because this cylinder here, you can actually take that bucket, swing it up, and hit that cylinder. And you can see the hoses and everything's right there. So you can, on your own hand, with this boom, cause trouble for yourself. But I have not found anybody who makes a protector plate that goes from this. It would basically have to attach here and then run straight down. And I don't know anybody that makes those, so please, in the comments, if you have access to that plate, or you know somebody who makes a kit for that, let me know. I think that would be nice to have, because I don't trust myself, because I'm really not very experienced as an operator. I'm just struggling through it like everybody else. And, I have my kids and friends to get on and try this thing out. You just want to limit the damage if you can. So along with that kit from Bearded Ray, he also gives you the plate. Again, very nice thick steel plate that goes right there on your cylinder where your blade rises and lowers. That's critical, because again, that's where my son threw a rock and it landed right on top of that cylinder. But fortunately, because I had this plate, it landed on top of the plate. No damage done. So that was nice. He also gives you in the kit these weld-on bucket ears. So what they do is you're going to take these and you weld them. I'm never going to do this, but you weld them to your bucket. I'm assuming they go here. I don't even know where they go, but I know what they're for. These are for welding onto your bucket, and then you can attach a chain here or run chains through here and then pick things up. So they're kind of make it so that your bucket becomes more of a lift kit for your bucket, basically. But they're with the kit. You got to weld them on. I don't weld, so, you know, there we go. Now, the next thing he gave me were these guard for the rear motors, the drive motors. Those are very vulnerable. They're sitting out in front. They're a couple inches off the ground. You can get yourself, if you're driving through the woods, stuff can go up, over, and they can grab those critical fittings and lines on top of those guards. Those drive motors, you can see these are curved to go over the motor, and they've got the bolts here, so all you gotta do is bolt these on, and your drive motors are protected. Highly recommend these. But again, I know a lot of people, and I see the videos where they don't put anything on these machines, they just go and use them. I like to protect my investment. You know, I did spend $4 grand on it, and that's not nothing, and I want to use it, and I want it to be used for many years to come. So I'm thinking that these mods that I'm doing are going to be nice. They're going to enhance the benefits of the machine and make it a nicer machine to own, run, and maintain. To it, we are going to be installing the hydraulic oil cooler. And as I mentioned in the last video, I purchased this online from Bill Silva. It comes as a kit made for this unit, and everything theoretically should just fit. All I gotta do is figure out where to put this, drill a few holes, and it should literally bolt right in, and then the hoses should just attach, and we should be good to go. But we're gonna find that out together and see if this mod is as easy as I think it's going to be, or at least I hope it's going to be. So, first things first, you need a kneeling pad. We've talked about this in the past, and I can tell you, having a kneeling pad saves your knees on working on these machines. So we have an issue here with this machine, and that is this tank has no drain holes on it, none. So you reach underneath here, you're looking for a drain, and guess what? The only thing down here are the bolts that hold the tank to the unit itself. So we're gonna have to pump this fluid out. So I bought at Harbor Freight one of these handy dandy fluid pumpers. You could use a siphon unit, I suppose, or any number of things on this unit, but I chose to try this. It's brand new, just got it. So we're gonna see how it works on pumping out the hydraulic fluid on this tank. And then we're gonna go ahead and make sure that tank is nice and clean and there's no debris in there of any kind. And then once that tank is emptied, then we can take the hose off without making a gigantic mess and getting hydraulic fluid all over my garage floor. So we're gonna go ahead and see how this works. So I have my bucket here of oil, and we're gonna try out one of my new toys. So one of the things I bought at Harbor Freight was this 3/8 ratchet, and I haven't used it yet, but I thought it might be something that would be handy to use on these units, so we're gonna see how well it works right now. Okay, those bolts are going to be 10 millimeter bolts for the tank. I am going to take this lid off, and the reason I'm taking this off, instead of trying to snake it down through this tube, is one, I don't know if it'll fit down there, but two, and by the way, these magnetic cups, love them. Two, if I take this off, I have access to get my hand in there, because I'm going to be wanting to clean that tank out, so I think that'll help to have that off. I've seen some other guys online, and it shows that they can get their hand in there quite nicely. Now, I got to tell you, this thing works nice. Okay, so bolts are out. Okay, it comes right off. I'm going to go ahead and glove up here so that I'm not getting stuff all over my hands unnecessarily. And I'm going to grab a roll of paper towels so that I have the ability to clean up and not make a giant mess. So let's see what we've got here. Got our lid. Going to go ahead and wipe this down. Get any debris that's on here off. And it looks like they gave us, there is a seal on here, so nice. So some of these that I've seen in the videos, the manufacturer just has RTV on the unit as a seal, and what a mess that is. So it's really hard for people to get their lid back on. This is nice because with this seal, actually, I might even take back what I said. I don't think this is a seal at all. It looks like that's just steel. There's a little rubber gasket right here that I see. So it looks like you don't have to really worry about getting any kind of sealant material or anything. It's just a rubber gasket. So that's going to be an easy one to take this on and off as you need to whenever you need to drain the fluid out. Might be easier actually just to pump this fluid like I'm going to do. And that way you don't have to make a mess. Even when you drain fluid on the floor and you have your big pan sitting underneath there, you can make a big mess all over the floor if it accidentally slips, you know, your funnel, whatever, it's hard to get to. So this may not be too bad of a way to go. But we're going to find out. So the way the transfer pump works is obviously you stick this down into the tank and you turn it on. And there she comes. Okay, so that was slow. That took 30 minutes to go ahead and drain out that tank. Now that I know this, I will next time when I have to do this to change the fluid again, I'll make sure I attach this to the side of the bucket and I won't sit here for 30 minutes. But I wanted to see how long it was going to take. And you know, here's the advantage. That was literally zero mess. I mean, so there's no fluid. It's when I've done it before, draining the tank out where you got to put it into a bucket, you can be careful and not make a mess, but sometimes you do. So this one, there just was no mess, which is nice. So for 13 bucks, props to Harbor Freight and this oil sucker, because it does work very well. So I'm just going to stick this in the tank for right now, and I'll clean this up later. There. But that worked. So now I want to show you what's, let me show you what's in this tank here. So down in that tank is a filter right at the base, and the suction end of that filter is right at the bottom of the tank. So unlike some of the other units where if you go up a hill or down a hill, they can lose suction and you stop halfway up or going down a ramp, this unit's not going to suffer from that because the filter is right in the middle and the suction line for that filter is dead center on the bottom of the tank. So easy to get to. So all I wanted to do with this experiment was, you know, you could say, look, all you needed to do is drain enough to get below the return line for this tank, and you're right. But since this is a brand new unit, the guy told me when I bought it, and again, I bought it from a place called Hearst Equipment, and as I'm going through this unit, I'm going to have to tell you, I'm liking that place more and more because he told me, he said I changed the oil and I changed the hydraulic fluid, and he usually changes out the grease zerks on it to needles, to take out the needle zerks for these units. But anyways, I checked the engine oil just to, you know, see if it was beautiful. This fluid I just took out of this unit here, absolutely crystal clear and beautiful. So I know it was changed. And but there's still, the reason I wanted to do it is I just wanted to get into this tank, see what it was like in there. I want to reach in here and make sure that filter's tight, and it is, because sometimes they are loose or laying in the bottom of the tank, and that's been a problem. And then I also want to do my due diligence and make sure that we are making sure that there is no metal in this tank. You've seen the videos where people reach into the tanks and there's metal in the tank and from slag, etc. So I wanted to clean this tank out and just make sure that it's clean and there's no metal in here, and we're not going to have any trouble down the road doing with metal causing a problem. There's the nice thing is that screen in the bottom of the tank, that provides a nice layer of protection for the first line of defense. So if any metal is in the tank that, maybe I don't catch today or it somehow gets through, it would have to get through that screen first. And that's going to be tough because that screen is going to take out any big pieces. Now, obviously, we're dealing with microns here. And as you know, a micron, 10 microns, you can't even see with the human eye. So very small particles can cause trouble in your pump. But that's what we have, a filter on the actual suction line for the pilot controls. And then we have a filter that I'm going to add on the hydraulic cooler. And a lot of people debate where to put the hydraulic filter on the return line. The debate is this: do we put it before the cooler or after the cooler? And everything I've read, and please put in the comments whether you agree with this or disagree with this, but everything that I've read from professional hydraulics people says the last thing that fluid should see before it gets to the return tank is that filter. So yes, it should go after the cooler. You'd want it to be filtered after the cooler, but before the return tank. And that's exactly how we're going to do it. Okay, I just wiped down the bottom of this tank. It looks very nice. I'm not seeing anything that I should be alarmed about or, anything like that, because I've seen it where they have slag and stuff in there. But now we're going to do the magnet test. We're going to go ahead and we're going to put a magnet in here, and we're going to see if the magnet picks up anything in the bottom of that tank that maybe I didn't see or feel. But everything looks good. The paper towels are coming up nice and clean. So let me grab my magnet here. And I have it right here. Let me clean it off so I'm not introducing anything nasty into that tank. Okay. Perfect. And let's go ahead and just give it a swipe. See what we come up with. Any of these units might have some stuff, and I imagine that's the same, unless it's a plastic tank, which I know that there are some units that have plastic tanks. You might get something in here, but what you're looking for is to not have anything major. And I can tell you right now, there's nothing here. So this tank is clean. That's exactly what I was looking for. You want to make sure that that tank doesn't need any additional cleaning. So like I said, you don't have to do this step if you don't want to, but I think it's important as you work on your machines to do these things because one, you get to know your machine and take the mystery out of how these things work. Some of the people that I read on the forums, they have run into a problem and they don't really know what to do because they don't really understand how their system works. But by going through and draining your own fluid and cleaning the tank and knowing where that screen is right there if you ever need to get to it, it just makes working on it down the road easier. And the time to do it is really right now when this thing is apart, you're doing all this other stuff to it. It just makes sense to kind of go through the whole machine, take your time, don't rush it. I know a lot of people get these machines and they want to put them to work right away or start playing with them, and I get it because they're fun. But it's a great time of year to get one right before winter so you can just dig in and take it apart and just have fun exploring the machine, adding these mods, and being excited about putting it to work in the actual spring. So anyway, so fluid's out. It took out about, I'd say, 3+ gallons of fluid from this tank. This tank is now not empty, but pretty empty. But we're clear to remove the hoses and do everything we need to do to add the hydraulic filter. So what I'm going to do now is take you into the back, and we're going to mark where we're going to drill for this hydraulic filter. And then we're going to go ahead and do that, and then mount the unit, and then we're going to see if we can get these hoses hooked up. Okay, so oil's drained out. We're now free to go ahead and install this. I could have done this first and then done that second. What's it matter? You do it in the order you want to do it in. But here's the unit we're going to be installing. Let's go back and see what kind of room we have to work with back here. And we'll see what we're going to do. So I'll try to give you my perspective here from it. So as you can see, we've got a wide open bay here. These pilot controls and those tubes and this hose here, here's some electrical wire, they are coming basically straight down from their mounting point. So I don't really want to get into anything that's going to disturb that or get in that way. So I'm thinking we're going to be able to mount it off to the side a little bit, and that way we can stay free, we can stay clear of those hoses, and we can basically mount it somewhere in here, anywhere in here. Now, the way this works is you could slide, I don't know if you can see this, but down below, there is a lip there that you can tuck the filter unit under and slide this. So now I can't pull it out right now. Just like on the top, I think on the top you can see, I can slide it up. But I really don't want to do that because it'll vibrate. I want this to be firmly secured on all points. And if I slide it all the way down, I'm starting to put pressure on these hoses down here. I don't want to do that. I think I want to mount this so that I have 4 bolts up top, 4 bolts down here in the bottom that I can tighten and keep this thing above these hoses, which it will be, so there's nothing vibrating through. And so I think about right here, I don't want any hoses touching the radiator or the unit because it will vibrate into and cause a hose to break down the road unless I wrap it. So I think I'm going to put the unit right here. So let me get a marker and I'm going to mark those. I'm going to mark one hole. I'm going to get a drill through it, and then I can tighten it up, center the other holes, and then we're good to go. And then I can drill 4 holes at once after I make my initial mark. So we're going to get a Sharpie here. And what we're going to do is just take it back in here, drop it up and drop it down into that slot, and then bring it up. And I'm going to bring it just as high as I can on those slots. It'll give me a little bit of adjustment, and then it'll also give me room to tighten those bolts. And then underneath, I can clearly see the slots here. We're good. I have no hoses here touching the unit. Everything is below the unit. That's good. And so I don't think there's any magic here. I'm just going to go ahead and mark one of these in the middle, right there. Okay. I'm going to mark that one. I'm going to go put a bolt in there first. I'll level the unit, mark the other 4, and then drill all my holes. And then I can go ahead and bolt this unit in. And then we can start attaching our hoses. Okay, the bolts I'm putting in are M8 1.25 pitch, and they are about 1 inch long. They came with the kit from Bill Silva, so. Faster is better, apparently. Okay, so take you around, show you how the hole came through, right there. Put my bolt through there, and that should be just perfect for mounting this unit. So let's go ahead and hang it, and then we'll tighten it down, get a level on it, and then we'll hang our other bolts. Okay, we are absolutely good to go here. Let me make sure my wires are not doing anything weird on me here. Okay, So they're not touching anything. Okay. These are good. I have, the only thing touching down here at all is this, and this is a black carrier for the electricity, and it's covered, it's sheathed. So that's not going to be a problem. Nothing is touching the unit. All hoses are well out of the way of the unit. It looks like this was a successful installation, at least of this part. We're going to have to see how well it goes after this, but this part at least is done. So we'll tighten these screws up, make sure it's level again, and we'll get on to the business of running my hoses. Okay, so we have the cooler installed. 4 bolts here for the cooler, so it's in now. And now it's a simple matter of running our hoses and making sure that everything fits together and the hoses are routed properly. And that's really left. So let's see what we have to work with here. So bottom line is we have our tank here. And as you can see, this is the return line right here for the tank. Okay, the return line is on the top of the tank. The suction line is on the bottom of the tank. So that's our return line. So we're going to have to take that off. Now, when you get these hoses from Bill, he has them all labeled. So this one says filter. This hose has nothing on it. And we're going to get to that in a minute. And I'm going to show you why it has nothing on it. So this one says cooler. And this one says tank, okay? So, you know, you don't really have to think a lot. Everything's labeled for you, and that's nice. So we have our filter on top and our another line at the bottom of the hydraulic oil cooler. So there are two people and two camps on where the hydraulic filter should be. Some say the filter should be the last thing that the fluid sees before it hits your return tank. And I have always thought maybe that's the one. But Team Bill Silva, which is, by the way, it's about 50-50 split, says all filter, you should filter your fluid prior to it getting into your cooler, because if it jams up your cooler, you're in trouble. So put the filter before the cooler. So today we're putting the filter before the cooler. So all the fluid is going to come out of the valve body, and it's going to go to the filter, and then it's going to go through your cooler, and then it's going to come return to the tank after it's cooled. So that's the way Bill designed this system. Let's see if he got all of his fittings right, because that's the most important thing. So the first thing we're going to do is remove the line going to the tank. Now, fortunately, as you can see, we have a big gap right here. Super easy. We're going to take our adjustable wrench here, put it on the return line, and we're just going to go ahead and loosen that up. And this is kind of done for cinematic effect because I already loosened it. So hope you're not disappointed. But I'm going to take that off, and we already drained our tank. So right now, if you didn't drain your tank, fluid would be going everywhere and you'd be saying swear words. But you don't have to, because we drained our tank. Now, obviously, I drained the tank completely. You don't have to. You can drain it just below this line, and then you will have no problems with this line coming off. So there we go. Our line is now removed from our tank. Where's this line come from? Well, this line, originally, the way this machine was designed, is coming from right here. So we're leaking here, so that was dumb. I need to bring this line up and put it in an upright position. Okay, so this line is right here. So that's the return line from your valve body. So your machine runs, let's say you're not asking your machine to do anything. It's just running and running and running and pumping fluid because you have a gear pump on this unit, which means that fluid is always flowing no matter what. The only thing that changes is how fast it flows because of the RPMs of your engine. But if you are requiring it to do nothing, that fluid is going to be flowing through this valve body, back through this return line, and directly back, and it's going to dump into this tank. So what we want to do is reroute this to the hydraulic filter, because this is the line that the hydraulic filter needs to be on, because that's our return line. So this is our supply line, and this is our return line. So it was unfiltered before, and now we're going to filter it and cool it. So simple as that. So here's the line that normally went to the tank, and now we have to reroute it over here to this unit. So we're going to start here with the tank first. So Bill marked these real nice for us. So we're going to make sure that we can get a line that goes to the tank. So we grab our line and we find the one that says tank on it. Remove the protective cover from the end that keeps debris out of the hose before you install it. And then we're just going to snake it through here and up to our tank. I'm not sure if you can see this or not. I'll bring the camera over in a second. Okay, a little tweaking, but it went on. So this screws in, it's the proper threading and fittings for this tank, so that's done now. So your line now comes here, and let me put the camera so you can see. Okay, so we have our line now coming from the tank, and we're able to then bring it, I'm going to bring it, I think, underneath here. I think I'm going to come in through this, through here, right here, and bring it through this space. Now, where you route your lines is up to you. I just think this makes the most sense. Keep this one, keep the tank line, if you can see it in there, it's that silver one. Keep it loose, because you're going to move this around, and that'll allow that to swivel and not fight you. So we're going to bring the camera over here, and I'll show you. This now says cooler on it. We know that the other one says filter. That means that this line has to go here to the cooler, not the filter. So we're going to give it, this will be the hardest part of this job, is just getting these lines to a place where they fit and you can get them on. Take your plug out of the end, or you'll be fighting that endlessly and wondering why your line's not threading in. And then bring it over here and thread it right into the cooler. Okay, done. Now, I will tell you this looks okay. I don't see a big problem here. I'm gonna, yeah, we're nice. We're not rubbing against anything. The line is not kinked in any way. It's beautiful. So I really like the way that fits. So we're happy with this. So now we have this line that's unmarked. The reason it's unmarked is it's just simply an extension line of our valve return line. So if you remember, this is the line here. Well, let's see. Let's get the camera over here. The line that we took off the tank here, the one that's standing up there, that came from the valve body. So that line is no longer going directly to the tank, because it came, remember, that's our return line from the valve body. We are now going to reroute that line so that it becomes a filtered, cooled return line. So we're going to take our line that says filter here, and we're going to put it on the filter. So we're going to take that cap off. We're going to remove our protective cap on that, and we're going to go ahead and screw this into the filter. And by the way, the nice thing about this, no Teflon tape is required on any of these fittings. These are fittings that are meant to go together without any sealant or tape, so they won't leak. Okay, now we have our return line here from the valve body, and all we're going to simply do is we're going to route it into this line here. Okay, so there. Now, have a little bit of a problem because this line is really an extension line. So we're going to have to figure out what we want to do with this line here. And I'm having some ideas. The nice thing is, since it just threads on, I can take it off and adjust it. But I'm starting to think that I might thread it. I might thread it through back here. Right now, it looks like, you know, I have a lot of excess here that I need to do something with. I could do this and just have it sitting here on this weight right here. And that shouldn't really bother anything. Or I can kind of pin it up to the top. So I'm going to loosen it here. See if maybe this way around might be a better way to go. But that's why we leave them loose, so we can get some play in them. I'm not really caring for that either. So we could bring it down here again. Okay, and get it up, down underneath. I don't really want it hot or anywhere against. This heat here is gonna rise. So, you know, I don't really want it to rise and get this line hot, because I might have to wrap it in heat wrap, and I still might wrap this one in heat wrap just to make sure it stays out of the way and doesn't get too hot. But I think I have enough here I can play with that I can thread this around. You know, the biggest thing is you just don't want to kink these hoses. They don't care where you run them. They're just hoses. As long as the fluid can flow and not be too encumbered. You know, there's a lot of 90s in these things anyways. So I think that might work there. I don't want these hoses rubbing together here. So here's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to live with it like this for a little bit. I don't want hoses touching each other here. So I'll probably go ahead and wrap some of these and get them away from each other, because as long as they don't vibrate against each other, you can tighten them together, but the best thing to do is to separate them and not let them touch at all. So I can do that with some fittings, etc. So this is actually not too bad. There's really nothing kinked here. It's going through, it comes up, and then we can go ahead and tighten everything down. So let's recap for a minute on what we just did, so you know. So as far as I'm concerned, the filter install is completed. We'll get to the electrical later and how we're going to hook this up to my panel. So that'll be one of the next mods we do. But right now I wanted to get this out of the way. I thought this was basically going to be the hardest mod that we did, and it really wasn't bad. I really didn't keep track of how much time it took, but I'm thinking it didn't take more than 35-40 minutes, and that was with me not knowing anything, just figuring it out from the first time. And remember, it took 30 minutes to drain the stupid tank of hydraulic oil. So I just got to say, you know, I know a lot of guys, they don't want to spend the money on these kits, you know, and $400 is not cheap. I know that you can build this kit yourself, probably with all the components for, I'm going to say south of $200 maybe, but you have to have all these hoses made. You're going to have to find where these fittings are, and I don't know, for a 30-minute, 40-minute job that you don't have to do anything other than take it out of the box and hook it up. Drilling those holes was really the hardest part of what we did. And what did that, I mean, and that wasn't hard. I just had to get the right drill bit and make sure I didn't screw up my holes. And that went pretty easy. So this is done. So today we're going to do 2 mods on this because they're all concentrated on the swing motor of the unit. So we're going to be installing our cushion valve on the swing motor, and at the same time we're going to be taking all of the bolts out of that swing motor, and we're going to be using Nordlock washers on them, which I have a pack of them right here. So these are cool little washers that they have ridges to bite into both the bolt and then to the surface of the swing motor itself, and then they're in pairs. You can see they're a little pair there, and they have actually wedges between them. So they prevent vibration loosening of any bolt. So if that bolt starts to try to come loose, it's because the washer itself is dug into the top of the bolt, the bottom of the bolt rather. This washer actually gets tighter as the bolt tries to come out. So it prevents the bolt from loosening up under vibration, which is one of the problems you're going to have here with the swing motor. Now, I have to tell you, just for fun, I wanted to see how hard and if they were tight. So I took one of the bolts off the swing motor and it was really on there. They had Loctite on it. They had some type of adhesive on it. I don't know if it's Loctite, but maybe AGT has heard the complaints and started to use a little extra Loctite on their bolts. I'm not sure. Doesn't really matter. You don't know what they've used. I don't know what they use. So it's not that big a deal to pop them out, put a little red Loctite on them, add a Nordlock washer, and then tighten them down and you never have to worry about it again. So that's what we're going to do today. So before I start though, I wanted to show you something as a follow-up to a job that I did the other day on this channel. And that is I installed the oil cooler on the unit here. So I sent a picture of the installation to Bill Silva where I purchased this kit and it was great. Everything fit together. And he happened to notice in the picture that I had this excess hose here. And he said, you know, Jeff, I see there's excess hose there. I think the H15R changed designs in 2025 and the hose I sent you was too long. So he is going to actually send me a new hose that's shorter and take up this slack that I have on here. So really nice of him. I didn't ask him to do it. He just offered. So I'm going to take a measurement on that today and he's going to send me a brand new hose, a shorter one, at no charge to make this. So that's what's nice about working with Bill. Great guy to work with. Highly recommend him for your oil and filter hookup kit and also the cushion valve kit that I'm about to do. All right, let's see what we're dealing with here on the cushion valve. So here's the cushion valve itself. It has 4 fittings that go in here, and those fittings are right here. And it looks like that is an M14 and a 3/8 fitting. So obviously 3/8 out to M14, so connect to these hoses right here. This is labeled C1, C2, V1, and V2, and this goes to this, and this goes to this. So one of these will be, it doesn't matter which end you go, which side. What matters is that you mark your hoses so that you're getting your swing to the right and your swing to the left in the right orientation. Otherwise, you're going to swing to the right and you're going to swing to the left. And we all know how painful that can be. So we want to make sure we don't do that. So let's take a look at what we're dealing with here in the unit itself. So again, this is an H15R, and there's your swing motor. And here are your swing motor hoses right here. They're very short because they're going to run from here right to your valve body. So I think they're actually right here. I think this one and this one. So this is your valve body right here for your swing motors right there. So pretty simple. And what we're going to have to do is take these off here and then get them out of the way. And then we can bring them out here into this space to put the cushion valve on. And we might just set the cushion valve right back in here. It doesn't have to be any magical place for it. It does have kind of long lines on it, so they'll have to swing around, but we'll figure it out and get this thing to fit in here. So first thing we're going to do is get these off of here, which, as you can see, because we have so much room in there, it's going to be really easy. But before we do that, we're going to make sure that we mark those lines, and I have a Sharpie sitting around here somewhere in this mess, but we want to mark those lines, the top line, with a Sharpie so that when we go to put it all back together, these lines get mixed up. We just know that the top line has a mark on it, and it's a Sharpie mark. So I'm gonna go ahead and just mark it in a couple places on that fitting. Now we know that's top. So once we do that, we're good to go. So let's get a wrench over here and get this thing started. All right, this is going to be a 17 millimeter wrench on this particular fitting, and they don't give you a lot of room in here, so it's going to be a little slow go. Hopefully I can get it cracked here. Yeah, there we go. And once you get them loose, they're pretty good. They're pretty easy after that. In fact, just loosening it, I can probably get my hand in here. And you know what? I'm probably going to get some drips in here. So let's go ahead and do some preventative drip maintenance here. And I'm going to go ahead and get some paper towels so that I can stick those underneath and just make sure that we can get as much of the mess in here under control before it starts. I know that when I did this last time on my Cardi-Well, these lines drip quite a bit. So pull that off and let that drip out if it needs to. That kind of stuck on there. So I'm gonna have to give that a tap, I think, just to break it free of its it's hard to get your hand in here, actually. But that line is being stubborn. There we go. Okay, and it's free. And then we'll see if we can get this bottom line. As promised, it's dripping fluid. Okay. And this guy may not be allowing me to get the wrench on it. Okay, I needed both hands, but a little short crescent wrench was all that I needed to make sure I could get in there and get the turn on it. But as soon as I got it loose, it came right off. So we're going to go ahead and loosen this up. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and pop that one off. Okay, that one came off much easier. All right, and you can see I pulled the top line out here. And now I'm going to go ahead and pull this line. Where are you? Here it is. Here it is. Looks like it goes right here. We're going to pull this out too. So we have, yeah, so this one's much shorter. You can see it's right here. Connects right there. So I've got both of my lines out now. And now I can worry about getting the connections done with the cushion valve. But while these hoses are kind of out of the way, I'm thinking maybe now would be a good time to maybe get to some of these bolts because I don't have as many hoses to deal with. So let's switch tasks just for a moment and deal with these swing motor bolts and get those or back in with some Loctite and those Nord-Lock washers. Okay, so this is what the bolt looks like that's removed from your swing motor. That's an 8mm. So I have my 8mm Allen wrench here. I have my 8mm socket head here for tightening and loosening. And I have my thread locker and I have my Nord-Locks. Now, these Nord-Locks are basically, don't get the oversized ones or they won't fit on this unit. Just make sure you get the ones that are the same size as the lock washers you're taking off, because they do sell extra large wide Nord-Locks for 8mm and you don't want that. So these slip right over top there and there you go. And again, see that double washer? You probably can't see the wedge in there, but this will prevent it from loosening. So we're gonna get some Loctite on here, put this on here, put these back in, and I'm not gonna bore you with how to do it. You know, you just basically are taking on and off bolts. If I run into some trouble or I think there's a trick I have for getting some off, if they're tough, I'll come back and let you know, but we'll just go ahead and get this job done while I have this swing motor kind of exposed because all the hoses are out of the way. Okay, just give you a quick update. On the front of the motor here, you can see the two Nord-Lock washers are on the front. Those are on and tightened. However, these rear ones are absolutely impossible to get to. I probably, thinking back on it, before I put that oil cooler on, I should have taken this panel off right here. I would have had access then through right here, and I could have gotten straight onto those. But as it stands right now, the oil cooler's in the way. All I'd have to do is remove this choke cable and that oil cooler. There's no fluid in the system right now, and it looks like if I drop that panel, I'm going to be able to get to it, because you can see the access is here, and it's really impossible access. I just can't get to it. Now, what I would hate to have happen is for that to loosen up on me down the road, and then I have to drain all my hydraulic fluid, make a big mess taking all this off. And so my thought right now is, you know what? I could just forget about it and say I'll just deal with the two and leave it, but I'm in a unique position right now where I can take this oil cooler and filter system back off, remove that front panel, and then I can drop straight down on those bolts. Nothing's in my way really, and I can take care of the business that way. So, you know what? I have time, and this is why I'm doing it over the winter, so I can do this. So let's go ahead and just take the oil cooler off, take that panel off, and we'll go and we'll just, yeah, I don't even know if I need to take the oil cooler off. Once I unhook it, it should just slide out along with the panel itself. So I think I can just take two hoses off, remove that panel, and then drop straight down. I do want to get that done because I don't want to have those loosen up on me down the road and then have to get to them down after the fact just because I was too lazy to do it right now. So let's just do it and get it over with. Okay, remove the oil cooler. And there's just 4 bolts holding this panel on here. So that's off. So that gives me now access. So anyways, if you're doing the machine, this is going to help you with order of operations. You're going to want to remove this panel when you strip the machine. I left the choke cable on because it has a lot of choke cable there. So you can just set it down right here. It's away from everything. It's not going to hurt anything. And now I have access to anything I need back here, and I'm going to get into that unit right here. And then I think I'm going to take advantage of that being off. And not that it needs anything, but I'm going to clean it up a little bit in here while I have access, just to give it a good once over. And it's also a good way to visualize where everything is in the future. I might snap some photos here with this pan off so that I have a visual reference of what's back here and what I might need to get to. Your rectifiers back here, your starter, etc. So it's good to know there's a fuse right there. So that's good to know where that is. Just, again, it gives you a different point of reference so you can see where everything is on the machine. And again, it's pretty simple, not much to this machine, but now that this is open, I'm going to go ahead and get to those bolts that are right there. And I'll come back to you when I've gotten that done. Okay, that job is done. I'm just going to tell you right now, take that panel off. Do it first and do it right away. I should have, and but sometimes you just don't know what's easy to get to, what isn't. But order of operations here, do that swing motor, take this panel off, do that swing motor and the cushion valve first, then go on to do the oil cooler. No big deal because I didn't have fluid in the machine yet, but just a little bit of extra work, but no big deal. The Nord lockers or washers are on. Okay. All right, so let's get on now with that cushion valve. Now that this is wide open, the Nord lock washers are on, and we can continue on with the cushion valve. And again, my point earlier, it's great to do this all at one time because you got this open, do your cushion valve, do your swing motor, and get it out of the way. These are the hoses that were sent to me by Bill Silva. These are the ones that are going to go onto the swing motor. And I mean, you could actually use these on the swing motor. It really makes no difference. I think they're both the same ends, M14, and I think these are M14 also, but maybe not. These might be smaller because those swing motor bolts did look a little smaller. But so these will go on the swing motor. These will go over here to my cushion valve, and we're going to go ahead and put that cushion valve together right now. So I'm going to get my camera set up here. Okay. So this is pretty straightforward. What you have here is your cushion valve, and then you have these fittings that come with it. So just obviously remove these covers and screw the fittings in. I mean, it's really kind of a no-brainer. There's not a lot of thought that has to go into this. These are. And then these just thread in here. No tape or anything required. They already have seals on the ends here. Rubber seals are already on the ends of these, so these just screw in, and there's a seat right there for that rubber seal. There we go. I don't have the wrench. I should. I don't know where they are, but a nice size crescent wrench will work also. I don't think you have to murder these things. Just snug them up. They have a nice seal on them. You can feel they don't have any give once they hit their stop. It's over. There. So these are on there nice and tight now. So then let's just see which end of the hose will fit in here. Pretty sure it's this end right here. I don't think the other end will fit. And this is just I'm pretty sure this is a M14 1.5. Pretty standard stuff for these units. And yep, that fits there. And I don't think the other end will fit. I think the other end is exclusively for our swing motor, but we're going to find out. It might be the same M14 1.5. Oh, you know what? It is. So, bottom line is, either end will work on your swing motor or on your cushion valve. So, you have a 90 on one end. You're just going to have to make the decision where the 90 should go. Should it go on your swing motor or should it go here? And it really depends on the situation we find ourselves in over at the unit over there. So first thing I'm going to do is, we know that the swing motor is off and those are loose. So we're going to go over there and connect these here. And we're just going to call them V1 and V2. I'm seeing here, I don't think there's any directional arrows on here, so it doesn't matter whether you run it this way through here or this way through here. It's going to flow back and forth. And see what we got here. So we have our hoses here. This is one of them. This is the one that we marked with our mark. So we know this goes on the top of our motor here. So that's clear. The other one is here. Where is the other one? Buried somewhere in this mess. There it is. Okay, so the other one is here. So let's get this up so we can have access to it. Okay, so here's our other one. This will be our bottom hose here. So let's clean these off. Just make sure there's no debris of any kind on them. And then we'll go ahead and hook these up to the cushion valve. So we're going to say our top is V1. Okay. And we're going to leave this loose so we can swing this any way we want. And we'll just declare the bottom here, V2. Okay. And again, I'm going to probably have to take these back off because I'm just trying to see visually where I want this swing motor to go. And I'm thinking that it's going to I'm going to have to feed everything back right over here. So what I think I'll do is thread these up underneath and see if I can just put them in over here somewhere. Because obviously I don't have a lot of room to work here, and it can't set here. You know, there's a pan that goes on here. It has to be back here in this engine compartment. So now that we've confirmed these fit and everything's good here, we're going to move them. Remembering that V1 will be on the top. So, you know, I think I'll just bring it in right here so I can get to it. There we go. And bring this one over underneath. Okay. Okay. And right here. Okay, again, you don't have a lot of room to work in here, but I think this will give us enough room that we can set it down over here. We're on top of some hoses here, so I think I'll move these if I can. This hose, this one hose that's sitting on top, this one, it's really immovable. It is a stiff hose, and it will not move. I can't get it up underneath that. So I might be able to swing it down here, like that. Okay, and I can, okay. So I think that's what we're gonna do, is we're gonna bring it down here and put it into this cavity down here. So I don't know if you can see that, I'll show you. So there's my swing motor up underneath here. And it's sitting loosely in here. You know, I can tie it in maybe after I get the other hoses on, but right now I just want it in, and we're gonna thread our other hoses on now. And we'll put them on the swing motor first, and then we'll bring them around. We'll see, I think they're gonna have to have the 90s on the swing motor so that I can get the proper movement, because I gotta get them over here, and then I can just bend the hoses around back to the cushion valve. So let's do that right now. Okay, so I've attached my first hose. This will go back to the cushion valve, okay? And it's on the bottom, and you can see it in there right now. So I'm gonna give you a little tip here, because I almost made this mistake. Don't put your top hose on until you tighten that fitting right there. Because once you, there it is, can you see it? Once you tighten that bottom fitting, once you put the top one on, you can't get to that bottom one anymore. We got too many hoses in the way. So tighten that up right now, and then go put your top hose on, and I'll be right back to you. Okay, make sure you use a short-handled wrench to get that one tight. Because of this bar here, you don't have any room to swing anything. So if you have short-handled, it's a 17 millimeter. Use a short 17, or just a little crescent wrench like this is required to get that bottom one tight, and the top one. So I'm gonna tighten that top one up, and then we're gonna come over here and we'll deal with that cushion valve. Okay, so let me show you what I've decided on here. So I'm glad I went through this so you don't have to, but after trying to determine where I was gonna put that thing, I decided to put it right here. Because you're going to have to access this and this in order to adjust that cushion valve down the road once I get this excavator started and running. And you need an Allen wrench, you need to be able to tighten those. So you're not going to be able to just willy-nilly do that after the fact. And if it's sitting back here when this panel's on, you're going to be kind of screwed on that. So I need access to it. So with this panel off here, you can get in here. It might be a little bit, you know, of a stretch, but you can get in here and access this. So I don't like it just flopping around. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go ahead and put it about here or so. And I'm going to drill a hole here, and I'm just going to zip tie it in place. I can always cut the zip tie and retie it if I need to, you know, if I need to move it around, but I just don't want it vibrating against everything down here. I'm just going to go ahead and tighten it up and get it zip tied up against that support right here. And then I'll put all this back together. And so when I'm done with all that, I'll come back to you, and we'll show you. This should be pretty straightforward. Just drill a hole, zip tie it. Okay, so that's what we got here. It's zip tied up. It's tight. It's not going to wiggle around. I can actually get to this connection right here. I can get to this connection with an Allen wrench on this side. I can cut the zip tie if I need to make it a little bit, if I need a little bit more access. But the cushion valve is now installed. So, you know, these hoses are rubbing a little bit against the starter here, but, you know, they got stuff rubbing everywhere on stuff. So I don't know. I'll just have to keep an eye on that. I might put a wrap on this one. Down here, these hoses are pretty good. You know, everything's pretty tucked away. You know, it's always going to be a mess of hoses. That's just the way it is. It's a hydraulic excavator. But that job is done. It took me 2 hours to get that done. And as you saw, I had to figure everything out. And I also did the bolts along the way. So this is not a big job. Don't be intimidated by it. This is a simple, straightforward job. Take this plate off, do your bolts, do your cushion valve, and while it's wide open. And then I'm going to go ahead and I think right now I'm going to wrap the back of this panel in heat wrap while I have it off since it's open. And then I'm going to drill these holes through the heat wrap, put it back on, mount my oil cooler, and I'll come back when that's all done just to show you the finished product and how it's all cleaned up. This is my first time using this stuff, but it's supposedly going to be reflective of 97% of the heat, and it's supposed to keep this side cool. So we're going to see. It was easy. It's just real thin stuff. It has a adhesive back on it. You just cut it with a pair of scissors or a utility knife, and I just covered the entire back of this panel, punched the holes through for the oil cooler, and that was real easy. So I think what I'll do is I'll just put this stuff, I got a bunch of scraps over there now, I'll just apply it to anything that I think might need some heat reflected off it, especially around the oil cooler area, maybe the cover that goes on there, the back of that cover. That'd be a good place to put some of this. But that's what that looks like when you put it on the panel. I'm going to go ahead and hook the oil cooler back up, button this thing up, and I'll come back to you. Okay, here's another look inside the engine compartment to show you how the oil cooler looks in relationship to the engine. So obviously this is your gas tank here and your muffler here. I'm going to be wrapping that muffler. So actually the muffler is pretty far away from the unit itself. And this will be wrapped in a blanket. I'm going to put a muffler blanket on this, so that should protect the gas tank and this from excessive heat. I have the heat barrier now installed on the back here. I also have the reflective heat barrier there on top of my seat to try to keep my that panel as, I don't know, as cool as possible so that I'm not burning myself. I hear these get pretty hot. I haven't had one like this, so we'll just have to see how that works out. And then the panel that goes over here, I may or may not put heat shield on it. I have some leftover, so I'm not sure. So anyways, that's what that oil cooler looks like here. It's a really kind of I just want to show you the weather out here today. So we just got about a couple inches of snow last night after we got rid of all of our snow, and then it came back. So today's a perfect day to be out here in the garage. And so I did a few extra jobs that I didn't think I'd be doing today on the excavator in addition to everything else I did, because there's really nothing really else to do right now. So one thing I'm going to do, and I'm going to show you, is this is that 1/4 inch guard here. And these hoses here, they already have marks on them from this metal edge. This is terrible right here. And these will rub themselves right into oblivion and cut themselves, and you'll have a leak. So this guard, I showed you on the other page where I got it. I think it was one I got on Amazon, one I got on eBay. I think this one I got on Amazon, 1/4 inch. It's metal reinforced, so it's not going to wear through itself. And all you do is just shove it right here onto this edge, just like so. Snaps in real nice and tight, and that is going to protect those pipes. So I don't really have to worry about those anymore. That's not going to wear those anymore. And I'll just cut it off right here, and that'll be the end of that little job. So today's work is done. So we have the panel back on, the heat shield is on the panel, the oil cooler is back on. That's the way my cushion valve will look. I can access it and get to the end so I can adjust it when the time comes. I put this guard on here to keep these hoses from rubbing against this edge here. I have a few more to apply, like on this one down here. We'll do that at a later date. But I wanted to show you what the end result looks like back here. So there's the guard in place there for heat. Maybe that'll keep my legs a little cooler. The oil cooler and filter is here. Bill Silva, as I said, is going to send me a small extension hose, so I don't have so much extra here. Just to go up here, this goes in here. I have to hook up the wiring yet, and there's the cushion valve right there, neatly tucked away. The hoses for it are here. Nothing is rubbing on anything that I think will cut anything. And we also put the bolts on the swing motor with Nord lock washers and Loctite. And all told, I'm probably, let's see what time it is. It's like 3 o'clock. It took me about 3 hours to do all of that, not knowing what I was doing. And so you have the benefit now of seeing me do it, and you can probably avoid some of the mistakes that I made, but not a big job. I'd say that's a medium job, if that. And in this video, I'm going to be installing the hydraulic thumb that I purchased on eBay. Now, they claim that this is going to be a direct fit for this unit, so we're going to go ahead and put it to the test and see if this actually does fit. So what came with this unit is you got this, these pins here, these screws, rather bolts, but we're not going to use them because we're going to use greasable bolts that we have. These have a Zerk on them, and then these take grease. So these should be grease. They shouldn't be dry like that. And there's no grease fitting here. This one has a grease fitting, so it doesn't need one of those. And we have the bolts came with it for that. So those came with it. And then it came with the different hydraulic lines. These go to my cushion valve, but these are the hydraulic lines that came with the unit. So we're going to go ahead and see if those fit and those work. We don't know because they sent a couple adapters here with it, and they're right here. And these adapters allegedly are going to fit right here. So here's how this unit is plumbed. So we're already plumbed for our auxiliary hydraulics right here. And these adapters then will theoretically fit here, and then I'll be threading on there. So that should work because the guy online that person had this machine said that Typhon hydraulic thumb fit directly. So we're going to find out right now if it does. So first thing we're going to need to do is take this thumb off, and that should be pretty straightforward. It's just on there with big giant bolts that have that attached, and then we're going to try to figure out how to put the other thumb on and do that. So I've got a big wrench right here, just use it. So we should be able to just loosen these babies up. Oh boy. Man, they did not spare their, that baby was on there. Woo! They had an impact wrench going on that at the factory, I can tell you that. All right, that one was loose. Okay. So, some of these were a little bit looser than others, but yeah, not too bad. So anyways, that's that. We'll take this thumb off. We don't need to take this one off. There. Have to pound that out. But I want to show you something here. So, look at this. Okay, this machine, like a lot of these machines, they'll sit out in the weather because, you know, they go to auction, they sit there, and then they get purchased, and they sit in the yard. Look at the corrosion on this particular bolt right here. Now, this bolt didn't have to move. There was no, this piece, the manual thumb, didn't move. So this didn't have to have anything moving on it. But this is why these have to be greasable. Because the way they did this one on the thumb, they were non-greasable bolts. If you had it sitting out or it got wet, that was going to get corrosion in there. And then you're moving the thumb up and down, and that's just going to cause premature wear without grease on it. So I think that bolt kit I bought with the grease joints is almost mandatory to have. So right now, we're going to go ahead and remove the bolts on the thumb, because we're not going to use these. And take these out. So that's off. And we're going to put our other pins on there. So let me get the camera set up over here. And we'll see about putting this on here and see how it fits. So everything has to go through this L bracket here. So I'm pretty sure this L bracket is going to go like that. that is the way it's going to go. It doesn't move, it's fixed. So we can go ahead and use the bolts that they gave me with it to fix this on here. We go. And then this piece here, obviously go here between this. So it's a little tight, but we can get that in there. And then the cylinder goes on here and attaches here. So first things first, we got to get this piece on, and it is going to be tight because this is bent a little bit, but I can get it. It's not that bad. It's just by a factor of, it's real close. I think I might be able to persuade it on a little bit if I can just get it up here like that. There we go. Not a big deal. Okay, look at our pin. Greasable pins. These things are really nice, by the way. Okay, we don't have to tighten that for now. That takes care of that. Then we need to put this on. Grab our greasable pin. There we go. And I don't know which way these oil ports go. I guess I didn't really have to do that because I can spin it on the pistol itself. But okay, so the thumb is on. I haven't tightened any of these up yet, but the orientation is you want this grease fitting outside here, pointing out, because otherwise how would you grease it in here? So that's where that belongs. I decided to put all three of the bolts that I have here because I have them, so you may as well put them on. That holds that bracket in the middle nice and secure. Okay, let's turn our attention now to the hoses and the fittings that we have to work with. So this is what comes standard with your unit, and this is the adapter that you're given with the unit when you buy your thumb. So it's just pretty much a standard adapter. They give you two of these, and they also give you two of these hoses here for the thumb. So should be all we need to finish this this particular installation. So I'm going to go ahead. I've already loosened this, so I'm just going to take this off, and I'm going to show you what to do with this particular fitting here. So in case you're getting one of these and you look at this and you're like, what the heck is that? This is, I have no idea what the technical name of it is. I'm calling it a knockout fitting. But basically, it looks like there is an O-ring on the end of it. That kind of throws you off a little bit because you're thinking, why would it need an O-ring on the very end? But I'll show you in a minute. So take this nut off here. That son of a gun was really tough to get off. But take this nut off here. And when you get this off, you're going to find that the O-ring probably comes off with it. But you're going to say, oh, it's not hollow. It's got this plug in the end of it. And that's exactly what it is. it's a plug. So just get yourself a hammer and then a punch. And I'm going to put a punch in here, and it shouldn't take much, but I'm just going to tap out this this center here. Let's see. Okay. You know the old saying, don't force it, get a bigger hammer. Well, it worked. Wow, that was really tough to get out of there, but there's the little plug that came with it. And then this leaves you now with a 16, DIN 16 to DIN 16. So that'll fit here. But it will not fit your hose because your hose is a DIN 14. So the adapters that came in your kit are right here. So this is a female DIN 16 to a male DIN 14. You just screw that on here like that. And then your hose will now just thread right here on this end here. Now, that means you have this fitting going into this fitting going into this fitting, this fitting going into this fitting. And I'm not going to do this because I have, from my other excavator, I have some DIN 16 to 14 adapters. So we're going to eliminate one connection by just using this. But if you don't have that, I just wanted you to know the kit will work as it's packaged with knocking out that piece and then putting the adapter that they give you on. And then go ahead and thread this on here. And then your hose, you can just feed up here and thread right here onto your thumb. And then that's it. The other side is identical, and you now have your connection here, albeit a little long, and that thumb is now ready for action. Obviously, I have to tighten these bolts up down here. I haven't done that yet, tighten these up, but I'll get to all of that later. Right now, we have other fish to fry with this thing. And in this episode, we are going to be doing the electrical on this particular unit. So let me give you a rundown on what we're going to be doing today with the electrical. So this particular unit needs to have its wires hooked up on the unit. And it already has a fuse on it, but it's going to get fused again because I do want a central fuse point right here. So I purchased a fuse block. And what I'm going to do is this provides you the access to 6 different fuse points. And I am going to install that right about here. And somewhere in here, it's going to be installed. And then what that will allow me to do is run a positive wire from the battery to here, a negative wire from the battery shutoff here, and then I can bring everything in here and fuse it with its own individual fuse. So what's going to be on this particular panel? This unit here, a 10-inch fan over there, and I am also adding a hydraulic oil temperature gauge to the tank. So you might say, but Jeff, you have a temperature gauge right here on the unit. Well, I can't even read it right now. I'm looking, that's so hard to read. And when it's filled with fluid, it's even harder to read. Those numbers might be off. And here's the other thing. When you're on this machine operating it, you're probably, if it starts to overheat, you're not even going to know it because you're on the machine. You can't see it. So I want a visible digital unit right here that I have a visual on the hydraulic temperatures at all times on this unit. I think it's just a nice safety measure to have to keep your unit and everything protected. So you know when to shut it off if it's getting too hot. So I'll show you what I've done in preparation for today's video. I went ahead and I put, always when you're working on electrical on these units or anything that you're going to work on electrical, always disconnect the battery. I mean, it's just always disconnect the battery. That way you're not worrying about shorting things out, etc., because that is where trouble starts. So that's away and gone. And what I noticed is after I put this cushion valve on, it did move the battery over a little. So I put these guards here so that when the terminals are on, they can't touch this metal bar here and cause a possible short. So just another safety measure I put here. Now I had some electrical leads from a trickle charger that I had, and it was just in my workshop and I just had it. And so I just put it right here. We haven't hooked it up yet, as you can see. It has a fuse on it already. I'm going to put a 10 amp fuse in here. So you want to fuse your main line, power line that's coming from here to the unit. You want to fuse that because if this particular line, I know that there's fuses in the box, but if this particular line should short against something, it would just get hot and melt or catch fire or cause some problems. So you want to have a fuse on this too, just in case. So that's going to be a fuse line. It's going to run up through here. And it's just laying in here right now somewhere. But here it is. It's down here somewhere. Anyways, I'll bring it up and hook it into that fuse box. But I want to bring your attention, I don't know if you can see this or not, right here on the engine in the back, right here, this is where everything comes in for the ground. Everything grounds to the engine. So here is the ground wire from the battery shutoff switch right here. So I already took the bolt out, came off of this. That runs down. You have the ground from the battery running to this switch, and then the main ground from this coming over here and hooking right here into the engine bay. So I took that bolt out because this is where we're going to ground out our switch over here so that everything is running off this switch. And the reason you want to do that is because when you turn this on or off, you'll hear the fans running, or you'll get a visual and you'll know to shut this off. Now, I did find out in my working on the machine today that this hour meter does not work. It is basically dead on arrival. So it has power. I checked that already. So these were, I think, 10 bucks on Amazon. I ordered one and I'm just going to drop a new one in tomorrow. No big deal, but I want an hour meter that works so that I can keep track of when to change the oil, etc. Now, I'm also going to be putting, in addition to my 10-inch fan, I have everything laid out over here. I'm going to be installing this light switch. It's a 3-switch panel. We're going to be putting this on right here, and this will be for both fans, and then this will be a USB port. So, and it has a battery meter here so I can see the level of the battery, and then I can plug my cell phone in here if I want to have it with me and keep it charged, or have it just a charger port ready available on this thing. So we'll be installing this. This is our temperature gauge for the hydraulic unit that we'll be installing, and this is a pretty cool unit, but we'll talk about that when we get to it. Here's our 10-inch fan, and we'll be installing this also. So this should be pretty straightforward to do, but I think first what we're going to do, just to kick this off, is we're going to install the fuse block first. Get this thing hooked in, wired up, and then I can slowly bring everything over to this fuse block. And as you can see, I bought some Harbor Freight ends and clips and joiners and stuff, so electrical connectors, so they fit perfect on this. So that's what I'll be using here, and this actually goes like that. And so let's go ahead and get this installed, run the wires to it, and then we'll start putting our individual components in, getting those wired up, and then at the end we'll test everything and make sure that everything works. But I think this will be fine right about here. So I'm going to go ahead and mark this and just drill a couple holes. And as soon as I get this mounted, and it's not going to be any magic, I'm just going to put it on here, take a drill, and go through. So I don't think I really need to bore you with that, and I will not. I'm just going to go ahead and get this mounted, and then I'll come back and we'll start hooking everything. Okay, so I installed the electrical panel on the inside, and I only put a bolt here and here in this corner. It doesn't need any more than that. It's overkill to put 4. And there's what it looks like on the other side. So that's installed. So here's my positive line. It has its own fuse near the battery for this dedicated line, and then I put this fitting on the end, and then this is going to go right onto that connector right there. So there's our positive connector there. Then I'm going to bring our negative here in a minute and put it up to here, and then that will be taken care of there. So When I get this line on and the negative line back on and put it all back together here, I'll come back to you and show you what that looks like. This is all hooked up now. So as you can see, I put the cover on it here, but you know, I put the little wire wrap here, and so the wires are nice and tidy, but right back here is where they all connect into that motor right there on a common bolt right there. And then up front here on the battery connector, there, it's laying in here. Here it is. This has all been tied in together now here. So that's all connected there. So that goes up to my positive lead, and that's fused, of course, like we discussed. The negative comes here to the top, and there's a negative, there's the positive. So everything will come in from the sides here and be fused, and then your negative line will run to the corresponding screw up here. So there's my fuse block all installed. So that was fairly straightforward. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and install this 10-inch fan over here, and I'm going to engineer it first before I hook it up, obviously, but I think I can use the supplied kit they gave me, but I'm going to screw around with it a little, come back to you, let you know what I've come up with as a solution to mount it, and then we'll mount that, and then we'll start wiring everything in here before we cut this panel here for our switches. Okay, well, this may be the world's dumbest way to mount a fan, but this is how I'm doing it. It came with these straps, and I've mounted lots of these fans before in my mini skid. I had an old truck I mounted them in, and you know, these always worked fine. Well, it turns out it was the world's dumbest way to mount a fan, so don't do that. So I ended up swapping out those with bolts. Became apparent within about 10 seconds that wasn't going to work, but now it's bolted in and it's secured right here. Nice and tight, which it should have been from the first place, but hey, you know what? You got to try different things, right? So fan's mounted, here's the wiring for it, and I'm going to bring that up and into my switches over here. Now again, you could just forget this completely and wire fans in right here. This is already on the block, so when you turn this on, those fans are going to come on. So it's an easy way to do it, and you're done at this point. But I want these switches here just so look, I'm probably never going to turn, the fans are going to run all the time, but I do want that 12 volt switch here. I want the one for my iPhone to be here. So I think I'm just going to have everything run to this, and that way each of the individual switches will run to that, but each of the fans will run here. So I can switch them on, and then I have a visual light that they're on, and you know, you can do it either way. It's up to you. This is a lot of extra work, but I do like having that USB charger there for my phone. And then we'll put the hydraulic temperature gauge in and wire that in. And so let's continue on. Okay, so I took that switch bank apart, and you know, here are the switches here. And then what I'm doing is I went ahead and just traced this on here like that. And I made the line a little bit bigger than where the switches have to go through, obviously, because this is just going to screw in here. So all I have to do now is really, I'm going to do it with not really sure how I'm going to do it yet. So I'm going to get back to you, but I think I can do it with a jigsaw and with a drill. And so I'm going to try that, and we'll see how that goes. And I'll experiment. When I get it down to where I know I can do it, I'll come back and show you what I've done rather than torture you with me trying to figure it out. Okay, the hole is cut, and as you can see, this will fit right here nicely on the arm. So this was pretty easy to do. I just drilled a hole in each corner, and then I used a metal blade on my jigsaw. No problem to cut that, and that was easy. So this will go here, and that'll be my switch bank for it, and I'll show you how we're going to wire it up in a minute. I'm going to go ahead and get this installed, and then I'll show you how we're going to wire each of these switches in. Okay, I want to show you how these switches are wired, so that if you're doing this on your own, it's no big deal to kind of figure this out. So This is easy because it's just positive and negative here on the battery. So I'm going to put this one probably right here so that my USB port is closer to the pole, and I think I'm going to mount the phone holder on my pole. So I'm just going to bring in a positive and negative from here right to here, and then that'll be hooked up. So on these, the way it works is, I'll use the blank one here. So these top are the ground, and this is the input from the battery. The one on the right is the light. The one on the left is your accessory, so that'll be like the fan. So the way they have this one wired, which we have to undo, is they daisy chain the grounds, which is fine, but the here on the battery part, they have the power source coming in, they having it feeding it to the light. So, and this goes to your fan, of course. Well, the way this is, the light is always on. As soon as the key switch it comes on, that light is always on. So we got to clip this right here, and we have to just have power going out to the fan, and then daisy chain it over here to the light, so that it only comes on when you turn the switch on. The light comes on, so you know it's a positive. You can hear the fan, but I'll be able to see that the light is on. I'll know that the fan is running, even if I can't hear it. So that's how I'm going to wire these together. I'll go ahead and do that and get it hooked up in here, and I'll show you what that looks like. Okay, so here's how the final wiring will look on these switches. This is the power in from the battery, which was here. I daisy chained the ground wires here. This is for the accessory, which would be the fan. This would be for the light on this particular switch. I combined that ground to here, and then that ground will come over to here. I could have just daisy chained them all together, but you had to work up underneath, so it was easier just to do each one individually than do that. And then the fan itself, this fan, is hooked up right here. So power comes in, flip the switch, and it turns the fan on, etc. So that's how that works. We're going to go ahead and hook this up and test it and make sure everything's good, and then I'll just complete the wiring and I'll show you what it looks like when we're all done. Okay, so we went ahead and I hooked the battery up and I put the fuse in, and it's funny because this hour meter continues to click. I can hear it ticking, but it's not registering anything, so obviously defective. Anyways, new one coming tomorrow, no big deal, just a plug-in. So here's that on. So you can see it lights up. Fans comes on, nice. So there you go. It all works. So I'm gonna go ahead and wire in this fan exactly the same, the battery switch exactly the same, and then probably take a break because I've been working on this for pretty much, it's 6 o'clock at night, and I've been at this since for about 6 hours. So this has been a long project. So tomorrow I'm gonna come out and finish up this project, put the thermostat in tomorrow. So I'll come back to you with that when I'm done, but I'll show you what this looks like when we're all done. Okay, so I finished. So here it is. It's all hooked up. I just have one more thing to hook up, and that's the temperature gauge for the hydraulic tank. We'll do that tomorrow, and I'll show you how to do that. But for now, when you turn the battery switch on, it turns on your battery indicator, and then I have my ports here to charge my iPhone or whatever. And then the switches are here, and I don't know if you can hear that fan, but that's working, and that's working. So everything's on and working, and just as it's supposed to. So I'm gonna shut her down for now, and we'll wrap up our electrical portion of this video tomorrow. Okay, it's the next day. A lot of snow on the ground, still really cold. It's like a high of 14 right now. So it's a great day to work in the garage. And as you know, I'm going to be installing my hydraulic temperature gauge right here. I'm also going to make a standalone video of this just so it's easier to find, but I'm going to include it on this electrical series since it is part of the electrical mods that I'm doing for this unit. But between when I shut the camera off yesterday and this morning, I went ahead and wrapped my wires in cable wrap and tidied that up, did a little cleaning up of my garage just so I was ready for today, and was getting ready just so I could tackle this project today. So The hydraulic temperature gauge. Let's take a look at what we're doing today, kind of talk about it. So here's the unit here. This is, I think, $9 on Amazon. I'm going to install it on the metal dash on the unit. You don't have to do that. You can glue this on somewhere. When you buy this unit, it's going to have a little plug right in that little hole right there. And if you want it in Fahrenheit, you just got to pull that out. It's actually a jumper. It comes in Celsius, but you can switch it over to Fahrenheit by doing that. If you don't want to wire this unit in, if you just don't want to mess with wires at all, electrical, you can buy yourself a 9-volt battery box like this. This runs on 5 to 24 volts. So a 9-volt battery box hooked up to this unit, this has an on-off switch on it, is all you really need to get this unit up and running. And then all you have to do is drill one hole to put this probe in. It's a very tiny little probe, so it doesn't require a big hole. You could put it, if you wanted and you didn't have access to a nice lid like this, I'm going to put it here in the lid, the hole. You could drill right through this cap right here and just drop it straight in. So don't tie yourself up in knots on making this hard. This is a single drill hole. And then I bought these rubber plugs that you can use to cover up the hole and push the probe through, and that'll hold it at whatever depth you want in that hydraulic fluid. This unit says it can be immersed in any non-corrosive fluid, and hydraulic fluid meets that criteria. And it's accurate. I put it in boiling water and it was 100% accurate on when the water was boiling. So 212 degrees here at my altitude. So that worked out well. And as you know, we have a temperature gauge here that's not the greatest thing in the world to read. And you're sitting up in your seat here, operating your excavator. And if that temperature's coming up, you have no idea because you're up here. You want to be able to see it. Because let me tell you something, nothing good happens after 140 degrees in hydraulic fluid parlance. You start hitting 140 and that fluid starts breaking down quite rapidly. You hit 160 degrees and you're going to start tearing into seals and causing problems with your pumps and losing hydraulic pressure. You hit 180 degrees and you are going to question every life choice you've ever made. And you may not even know you're there because you're sitting there operating the unit. So it's great to have an eyeball on that temperature. And then if it's hitting 140, you can shut the machine down and let it cool off. You're in no hurry. That's why you bought this machine. So you didn't have to pay a rental fee. Don't be in a hurry. And then you could decide, hey, maybe I need to add a fan. Hey, maybe I need to add a hydraulic oil cooler. And then you'll actually know what they're doing for you because you'll be able to see the difference in those temperatures. So I think it's a great thing to have. And for under $10, just do it. That's what I say. Just do it. All right, let's get started. Okay, the first thing that we're going to want to do is measure where we're going to put this unit. I want to put it right here in the middle. Okay, the measurements are going to be 1 3/4 by 1. And I think I want to put it right here in the middle. Not a lot of room for error on this particular piece, given how... So I think about right there. Looks good. So we're going to mark off where the edge, where the top is. Again, I always verify nothing in here that the blade can hit, and there isn't, so we can go ahead and get started. Okay, let's see how we did with the fit and see if I need to trim a little bit more. I might be able to take a little bit more off right there. We'll just have to see. Now, what I should have done is I should have put some tape here, tape this whole area off so that I did booger up the paint a bit here. So I'm going to buy some of this paint here, and I'm going to have to do a little touch up. But you know what? It's okay. Look at that. That's pretty darn perfect. So my gauge is installed and it looks good. So we're going to take it back out, and then I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how we're going to wire this thing up. Okay, so we have our unit here, and you can do this any way you want, obviously, but we have our hot leads coming out, and they go into this disaster here, whatever it is, that we don't need. So we're just going to clip off this whole section here because we don't need any of that. So just go ahead and get rid of that. And now we got our leads here, and let's just strip these out, and then let's find out what this is going to look like, because we're going to want to make sure that we put the unit the right side up. So let's go ahead and get some power to this. Okay, and there's our gauge, and that's what it's going to look like on our dash. So reading 66.2 degrees, which is pretty much correct. And I'm just going to take a look, and I think I'm going to do a mark on the top so I know which end is up on this. So I'll just put X marks the top right there, or I'll put a big T also, just to make sure I don't forget what I marked. So now we know which side goes up. We know the unit works, so we have to drill our hole in the top tank and figure out which of these plugs to use for that. So let's do that now. Okay, we're using this lid here. We're going to mark it. I marked a hole right there, or a mark. I'm going to put the probe in right through that hole. And as you can see, that'll put me down safely inside the tank. This is well outside the edge here, so we're fine. So I'm going to drill my hole right there. And I'm going to be drilling today with a 3/8 drill. So that should establish the right size hole that I need for this. Now, I was going to do this on a drill press, but I decided that you may not have a drill press, and I want to show you that you can do this easily in your garage with a regular drill. So I'm going to go ahead and just put my mark on it, and I could start smaller, but we're just going to go big right here. Okay, that's all it took. A 3/8 cap from our kit. And we're just going to go ahead and take and just put our little seal right in here. And might be a little bit of a tight fit, but there we go. So we've got our silicone plug in now. And then I put a slit in the top of that, so you can now take your probe, push it right through, and just pull that through. There. And that's going to hold whatever position you want it to hold on your tank. So let's go back and get this installed now. And there we go. That's installed on the unit. Could I have done a better job? Yes. Like I said, I could have put tape on here to protect the paint, and I wouldn't have scuffed it up with the jigsaw, but because this paint is not the greatest in the world, but it is a machine. It's not a car. I'm not taking this to shows. So once I wipe off all this and clean this up, and then I'm going to get some touch-up paint, it will be perfectly fine. So I'm going to go ahead and wire this up, and then I'll show you what it looks like when we're all done. Okay, so all of the major electrical mods are done. I have one more that I'm going to do before I call this video a wrap, and that's I'm going to put a battery extender on this battery because it is in a terrible place over here. And you know, it's once the floor is on, the canopy's on, the little carpet or whatever you're going to have here on the floorboards, you have your pedals, your handles. You need to take all that off to get to that battery. And if you're on the field or, you know, one day you go to start it and the battery's dead or you want to put a trickle charger on it, that's a problem. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring a battery, basically terminal extender out, and I'm going to mount it over here. And what I'm going to do is, I haven't decided where yet. We're going to figure that out right now. I'll show you. So it's basically this right here. And then two super heavy duty, you know, these are capable of jumping a 12-volt battery with no problem. Got a thick enough gauge that you can just slap a charger on these or jump it at any time. You've got some extra things or bolts to bolt this thing in wherever you want to put it. And so we've got a lot of stuff here to mount it. So let's go ahead and put that on. All right, so here's where I put the battery extension right here. And I know you're thinking, well, that can get torn off if it hits something. Yeah, it can, but I'm not going to hit anything. So I know, famous last words, but I didn't really like it anywhere else. I wanted to make sure it was accessible. I could get to it. If it's in here, I have to take a panel off. I'd have to cut holes. So I'm going to try it right here. And I don't think I'm going to hit anything with it. I never come close to anything with these sides. You'd have to go past this track anyway. So I think we're fine. So that pretty much wraps this project up. I ended up moving my battery. I took it out. And in order to take the battery out, you just got to take this panel off right here and you can take this piece off. And I turned it because it was too close. These terminals here were dangerously close to my cushion valve. They were rubbing up against this, and it should be over here. It was no big deal. Everything's long enough, so I just turned the battery around to take it over there. And this job is completed. Everything's all tidied up inside. And so just to recap what we did on this particular job, we put in this fuse block, we put in these switches, we put in a hydraulic temperature gauge, and now when we turn our unit on, we show the temperature, the voltage here for the battery. We have our temperature gauge here, we have our fans here, and it's all nice and neat and looking good. So, and we also put on our battery extension. So now I can trickle charge between running it and make sure I can jump it if the battery goes completely. But today I'm going to put a seat on to replace the seat it has that will have armrests and a seat belt. And then I'm also going to be adding diamond plate to this seat, to the cover here that goes over the controls. This is just stupid. It's going to be hard to get on and off over the, you got to take the pulls off to get this thing off, and this is just a dumb. Water gets up underneath it, and it always keeps that part of it right there dirty and wet. So I'm getting rid of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on this diamond plate that you can get at Harbor Freight, and I'm going to cover this entire thing with diamond plate so that it's got a nice rubber non-slip surface. You can hose it off, nothing gets under it, and it'll make for a nice work platform that won't be slippery, and it'll look good when I'm done, hopefully. If these two mods work out, I'm going to go ahead and put the link in the description to where I got them. Obviously that's Harbor Freight, I'll put that in there, and then where I got the seat. But we'll see if it fits first. So let's get started. So for this first mod, we are going to go ahead and cover this with that diamond plate. So hoping this is pretty straightforward. I'm going to do it in real time here and edit out what doesn't work. But I bought a bunch of these at Harbor Freight. They weren't expensive. They sell them in these little strips right here, and then they sell them in the 1x1 squares, and I bought 4 of those. So I'm assuming that's going to be about the right amount. So right off the bat, you can see 2 of these fit really nicely on here like that. And I think it's only going to take 2 to go ahead and do the top of this. And I kind of worked out that the easiest way to be doing this is to, on this piece here, This is a flat edge here, and this one's curved. So I think the easiest way to do this is to set these down, upside down. They're white, which is nice because that means my Sharpie will show nicely on them. So we're just going to go ahead and put these down and then lay this down over the top of them. And then what I'll do is I'll line this edge right here with one of the one on this side. And then I'll put this edge aligned with that one. So that way they are going to be the right distance. And I'll just pull that back a little and split the difference. They're not quite the exact same distance. This isn't perfectly 1 foot, but it's close enough that it'll work. So now that I've done that, I'm just going to take my Sharpie, and inside here, I'll show you real quick, there's the cutouts for the pedals. And you can see they're there. So all I'm going to do is just mark these with my Sharpie. And here. There we go. And then here on the edge, as you can see, it just is that little bit sticking out here, and I'll just go ahead and make that curve here. And come around. There we go. Okay, now I'm not sure the best way to cut this yet because I haven't done it, but I'm assuming now that I have them marked out here, maybe a pair of scissors will work. And it's kind of thick, so I'm not sure if it will, but we're going to find out. Looks like it will. Okay. And then here is the contoured piece for the pedal. This pedal. And that looks like that'll be, move this down a little so you can get a better view, but that looks like that'll be just about perfect right there on the top here. So let's cut out our pieces here, and then we can go ahead and stick this on. All right, and then there we go. That perfect. So that is a really nice fit right there. So here, let me get this over here so you can see it. So the diamond plate across the top will be like that. That's a really nice fit. It looks good. And we'll stick this on, but I'm not going to do it yet because I want to go ahead and cut out the pieces that are going to go on this contoured edge here. So this flat piece curves. So these thin strips actually work really nice on there, but I don't want to have, if we join it here, we're going to have a little spot right here where it's not going to have diamond plate. Now I could cut out a little triangle and put it there, but you know what? I bought extra, and you know what? What's the big deal? Take your time, do it right. I'm just going to go ahead and cut a piece out of this here to fit the whole contour, the whole curve. And that should be all that's required to cover it in a nice fashion here. Then I can use the smaller strips to finish it off. So I kind of thought through how I do this, and I think the way you do it is you take your piece and you're just going to bring it out to approximately the edge here. Okay, I think the best way to do this is take out a piece of masonite, just take it, and then take a level to the other side, and just make sure it's level up and down, and then do that on both sides here. And that'll get your piece in the right position to mark your lines. So we'll go ahead and just mark this line here. And then that should be pretty good for cutting. So you see we have some lines on there now. I screwed up the first time, but I got the level out. I think that was the way to go. And I'm just going to go ahead and cut these. There. And that is a perfect fit right there. For the most part, we can trim off any little bit of excess. And there's a little bit of excess. If it matters, we'll trim it off. I think in the front it will, because there's a lip it has to engage in over there. But we'll do that. In fact, we'll do that right now. Just trim off this corner here. And this looks really nice. Okay. Shoot. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. So that'll be the diamond plate for the edge here. That looks like that. And then the rest of it is all flat. So that won't be hard to do at all. So we're going to go ahead and put our pieces on now that we cut and see what those look like after we get them on. I'm going to wipe this down with some acetone just to get off anything that will prevent that from sticking. So let me get that, and we're just going to rake this down with some acetone. So make sure there's any grit, dirt, dust. We just don't want anything that oils, really is what we're after, to keep it from sticking on here. Okay. All right. And then these pieces go here in the front. Here and here, like so. And that's going to look good right there. That diamond plate pattern. Okay. So I think what we'll do is just put one on and then the other. This is going to be, you don't get a lot of chances with this. It's going to really stick on there. Okay. Now let's get this one on. There we go. Okay, I have to tell you, that looks really nice. I like it. So there's my diamond plate on the top here. We'll go ahead and put our, you can do the sides here too if you want. I just don't know that that doesn't really provide you with any traction for your feet. It might look nice. I might decide to do it if I have extra here, just because why not? But we'll put this one on. Okay, so there's that corner piece we just did, and that looks really nice. That went on great. So what I'm going to do now is just go ahead and trim these thin pieces here. And I can actually, yeah, this one will go here, over this tab here, And then we have a little excess here that a piece will fit nicely right here. I think what I'll do is I'll go ahead and just mark this with the marker now and cut that, and that'll take care of that. And then I'll show you on the machine itself, there's a little place where the plastic Chinese cover, the little carpeting they gave, went over to the edge here. So we're going to cut a piece to go over there too. So we're going to go ahead and mark this off and cut it, and we'll get on here. Okay. Okay, so this is diamond plated. The front is not. And if I want to go ahead and diamond plate this front, I can go ahead. Let me see what that's going to look like. You know, I can go ahead and just put it on here, but not really sure it's necessary. So I think I'm gonna skip it for now. I can always add it, it's as easy. So let me go put it on the machine and we'll come and take a look at it. Okay, so there's what that's gonna look like on the machine. And again, if you want, you can diamond plate the front here if you want to go all the way around. And you know what, I might as well just go ahead and do that. Just to give it a, a smooth look. It'll be the same, but you don't need to. I think it looks fine right now. So I might just leave it like that because it's not hurting anything. And I think it looks fine. If I decide to do it later, I will. So the Chinese carpeting came over here. So I'm going to go ahead and I think I'm just going to add that piece. Let's see if I can get away with a small piece like this. But it looks like I'll need that bigger piece just to get the full contour here inside of this. And that one will just stay there and I'll put the bolt holes through it. Whatever needs to bolt through there, where that's the feet for the canopy. So this will be the piece to put here. So we'll go ahead and measure this and we'll get this one cut. Okay. So that's the diamond plate. I think we'll go ahead and say that's done. I may or may not add trim to the front. You could diamond plate this, except you won't want to because that cover goes on. But maybe that's what that contour is for there. But, this is going to slide over here like this. Let's go ahead and just check the fit of this and make sure that that's not going to interfere with anything, but I don't believe that it will. No, it should be fine. In fact, now that I'm looking at it, I'm glad I didn't put it on because I'm a dumbass. And now that I'm looking at it, I'm glad I didn't put it on because I screwed up. This goes here, like that. The diamond plate will go on top of this actually. So that makes it even easier because what I'm going to do then is I'm going to take my diamond plate and I'll have to mark this. I'm going to contour it for this. So it's already practically cut. So I'll just trim it up and put it on this piece right here. Actually, you know what the truth of the matter is? It doesn't look like you need it at all, but you're probably going to put your foot on here to step up. So I think I will put it on here. That'll just be a little additional layer of protection. So glad I checked that out before I went any further. Everything else looks good. I think that's how it's going to be. So we're going to go ahead and leave that. I'll finish this up later. So for now, let's go to the seat. So there's the standard seat that comes with it. Obviously, it's not, you know, they all come with this seat. It's just a cheap Chinese seat. So let's go ahead and take this off. And then we're going to put our other seat together and see if we can fit it on here and if it'll fit. I may have to do some drilling, which shouldn't be a big deal. This is just on here with, I think, 10mm screws. I put my heat shield on here already, but that's really not going to interfere with much, I don't think. So let me go ahead and get the proper ratchet and get these off. Okay, this goes on with a 13mm and ratchet, so gonna good. Let's take a look at our new seat. Ugh. Heavy. I'm going to save those bolts. You never know if you might need them for the, I don't know what they give you in this. So let's find out together. Okay, comes with a book of all the other seats they sell, box of hardware, and finally the seat itself. You know what I like about this seat? I'll tell you right now, if it works. It doesn't have the plastic on it already. I can't stand that plastic because no matter how you pull it off, it just never get all of it around the edges. So this seat doesn't have any plastic on it. So I like that right away. It looks like a nice seat. It's big. I hope it works because if it fits, this will be a nice addition to the tractor. I mean, the excavator. This comes with the, if you were to have a safety to, you know, you could always add one to these machines, by the way, that'll shut off if you hop off the seat. Now, it would be nice, you could lock the pilot controls with this. And then this would be your pilot control lock. The only problem with that is sometimes you want to be sitting in the seat and lock the pilot controls. So this would be, if you're in the seat, they're always on. But when you get off the machine, they'd be off. So it's something to think about. I think I'm just going to leave the pilot controls the way they are for right now. But, you know, I could always change my mind and do something different later. We'll find out what that's all about. But let's go ahead and open this up. Here's your armrests. Here's your seat belt and your hardware to attach the seat. Now, what I want to do is before I get crazy about putting it together, it's always important, you know, we can return this. So I don't want to put it all together and then have to return it. So let's go over and see if it fits on the machine. And if it's going to fit, we're good. So I'll be right back. We're going to find that out. Okay, I verified the fit. It's going to fit great. I was a little bit worried about the battery cutoff switch because that was the thing that, you know, this is a wider seat. That was going to be a problem, but it wasn't. It's going to be fine. But the problem is you need to put, so lengthwise, these are fine. These are fine lengthwise. This has an adjustable slot in the back and it goes in the front here. So that's not an issue. The issue is side to side because you have to get this thing the proper orientation side to side or you're not going to be able to get it because it's going to hit the battery switch and it's not going to line up with the holes. The problem is you have to loosen these bolts in order to get the side-by-side right. Well, when you adjust the side-by-side on the unit, so how do you then take it off the unit and lock these down? Well, I don't know if I'm clever or if it's even going to work, but I think it will. What I did was I marked both sides with a piece of tape where the channel was, where this channel was. So I just lined it up and put it here. So I think what I'll do is just go ahead and now I can tighten these down and I should be right perfect with the holes that I made that on the unit itself. So we're going to go ahead and tighten these down, and these. What I'll do is I'll do the rear one, and then I will straighten up the front so that they're showing here that they're a little crooked, and that shouldn't be. So the way you're going to do it is go to your machine and measure the back holes. They're 9 7/8, and then that puts these exactly 8 1/4 apart. Then I came down here to the bottom and made sure they were 8 1/4. So theoretically, these holes are going to line up. They're probably not, but we're going to find out right now. So if it works, I'll take you over there and show you. Okay, so that worked perfect. So doing that measurement, and which I should have done the first place, but the tape did kind of get you to a nice place where it was pretty close. But I got the seat on, and it's bolted in the holes that they provide. You know, you can see, I don't know if you can see back here. Let me turn this down here a little bit. Yeah, underneath here. It doesn't hit the battery thing, so I can still get the battery switch on and off. And there you go. So I'm gonna go ahead and tighten this up, and then we'll go ahead and put the armrests on and the seat belt, and then we'll check this thing out. So this is done, and it wasn't bad. I'll tell you, the first thing is the bolts they give you, they have the Allen head. You can't fit their Allen wrench on here when they're in. So I used the bolts from the old seat, worked just fine. You don't really have a bunch of back and forth with this one because the seat belt unit will hit this, and you're going to have it all the way back anyway, so that doesn't really matter. And it fits great. The battery shutoff is still working just fine, so it doesn't hit the seat. That's perfect. The armrests can adjust up and down. This wasn't really that big of a challenge, just getting those measurements right, but this fit perfect. I mean, it's a nice fit. It's a better seat, and I like having the seat belts. Today we're going to be applying plates to the cylinders that require protection, so when you're out in the field and you're smashing into trees and you're digging, you're not worried about damaging your hydraulic cylinder. So today we're going to be applying a safety plate here to this cylinder. We're going to be applying one to this cylinder, and then we're going to be applying 2 to the back drive motors. So here are the safety plates that I will be applying to the excavator. This is my hillbilly paint rig that you can see here. And basically I'm going to be using a primer and Rust-Oleum semi-gloss. I have to put paper down and everything and open the garage door to get these painted. It's 32 degrees. It's probably 30 degrees right now, so it's awfully cold, but I'll quickly paint them with a mask on, of course, and then tomorrow they'll be ready to put on the unit. So I wanted to show you my setup here before I get started, and then I'll come back with you tomorrow and we're going to put these on the excavator. Welcome back. I got all the parts painted and they've had a chance to dry. So I have them laid out here on my table. Now, not my best paint work on the planet, but it's okay. I just wanted to get a coat of paint on them so they didn't rust. They're going to be on the machine getting scuffed up and dirty. So that wasn't that important to me. I just wanted to make sure they were protected. And this is what you get from Bearded Ray when you order his safety protection plate package. You get your plate for the blade cylinder, you get the plates for the rear drive motors, and you get the plate for this front cylinder right here in the front. And then you get the hardware to mount it. So I'm going to go ahead, figure out what goes to what as far as the hardware is concerned, and then I will come back to you and show you how to put these on. All right, so I have the first protector plate on, and I have to tell you, these don't come with instructions, so you just kind of have to figure it out. So one of the reasons I'm doing this is so you don't have to figure it out. I've done it for you. So what you're going to get when you get this kit is you're going to get 2 1/4 muffler clamps, and you're going to get 2 1/2 inch muffler clamps. Now, at first I was wondering why, because these 2 1/4 fit in here. The 2 1/2 inch do not. So this is 2 1/2. This is 2 1/4. So I had to take the 2 1/2 inch and put it in the vise and bend it in order to fit it into the 2 1/4 inch holes that, you know, come with your kit here from Bearded Ray. Now, don't know if they're all like this. So at first I was like, I think he sent me the wrong parts. However, I have to admit, I think maybe he sent the exact right parts, and here's why. So this plate is on, and this is exactly where this goes. It's going to be protection against anything that I hit with the front of this. It's not going to snap off these. So when you're down in a hole digging, you know, these are hanging out over here. I guess you could still hit them if you're down deep into something and there's sides, but I don't know how deep I'll ever be at this thing. So I don't know if that's an issue, but anyways, anything coming to the front of this is not going to cause any damage to that cylinder whatsoever. So the first thing I realized when I was putting this on is you can just ditch these. You don't need these. These are for mufflers. They come in there because they come with the U-bolts, and it's probably the convenient way to send that. But what I found was the way this goes on, and probably the way you're going to want to do it, is this. So in order to get this to the right height, it has to go above these lines here on the H15 at least. Well, guess what? This cylinder here accommodates a 2 1/4 inch clamp. It widens at the very top because this is where you unscrew the cylinder. So it actually, a 2 1/4 would not fit here. So I think these 2 1/2 are done intentionally so that you can mount it the proper way on the unit. So the way you're going to want to do at least this front guard is ditch the muffler, ditch these. You can just throw those in the garbage. Bend your 2 1/2 inch clamps in a vise so they accommodate the 2 1/4 inch drilled holes, and then feed just this up here through this gap around that cylinder, and then it'll be at the right height to protect these lines here. If you try to put it down lower, this comes down and no longer protects this line, which is not what you want. So this is mounted the correct way now, 2 1/4 inch clamps here, and that's fine. You don't have to murder these. Remember, you're not trying to, all you got to do is tighten these up. This is the protection right here. It's against the boom. You're good. Can I get to my grease zerk now? I cannot. So, you know, when I go to grease this unit, I'm going to have to take this off. However, taking it off now is just super easy. But, you know, the price you pay sometimes when you buy these machines and they don't have the guards already on them is, you know, I covered my grease zerk. So we're just going to have to, you know, let that play out. But that's just the way it is, and it'll be fine. But I'll accommodate it. When I go to grease, I'll just take 4 bolts off and be able to grease that line right there. No big deal. So we're going to now go ahead and put on the blade guard over here. So I took the bolts off of the rear drive motors. So there's the protector plate that we're going to put on. And these are the bolts that go on down here. And I will tell you, I needed a breaker bar and some extensions. It's a 21 millimeter bolt. But I will tell you, I mean, if I was doing this in warmer weather, you know, you could swing the cab to the other side and give yourself a little more room in there. Not a big deal. I just got in back there. So, you know, no problem. Now these bolts, they have a lot of thread that drives in, and you can see there's some thread locker on there, but you know, these are pretty thick parts. So, you know, we're going to lose maybe 1/4 of an inch of some of the bite it has, which is still fine, but I'm going to add the ears where you put the bar across the drive motors. So basically the way that works, if you've seen those online, I just haven't ordered it yet, but it goes on here, and there's a 2-inch steel tube that runs between here and here that allows you to grab and chain this thing down to a trailer. It protects your motors from driving into things, and then it keeps these from being able to bend inwards. I don't know how often that occurs. I've seen people using these without those, and they're pretty harsh with their machines, and I'm not going to be that harsh with it. But it's just another layer of protection to beef this machine up, and I don't think that's ever a bad thing to do. So I'm probably going to need to order some longer bolts when I buy that attachment, because now I'm going to have an extra piece of thickness. So I want to show you guys, if you don't have one of these, you really need to get one. It's great for just checking your threads and your pitch on your bolts on these machines. I'm going to link to the one that I bought on Amazon. But basically, you know, you just stick it in here and see where it threads in. And, you know, this one threads right here. It's an M14 2.0. So I know for a fact that I can go ahead then and get a measure on this bolt. I can order an M14 2.0 thread bolt and get the length I need from Amazon, and now I'm good to go, and I can go ahead and get those ears ordered and just order them all at the same time. So when the ears come, these are ready to go. Haven't figured out how I'm going to weld that 2-inch bar on yet, because I don't have a welder and I don't weld, but we've got some guys who have portable welders around here. I have some ideas, so we're going to work that out, but that's neither hither nor yon right now. Right now we're worried about this. So I'm going to go ahead and put that on and show you what it looks like when I'm done with it. In the meantime, this is how I attach the blade guard here. So we're good to go here. That was an easy job. And now we're going to put this on, and I'll show you what it looks like when I'm done. On now. And I'll give you a peek at those. So you can see my lines are fully protected here in the back with those drive motors. Taking the bolts on and off was an easy job, so not a big deal. You will need a breaker bar though, FYI. And if I swung the cab around so that the drive motors were sitting up here, that would have been super easy access, but I didn't feel like moving it. It's super cold out today, so that was fine. Just had to lay on my pad back there and do it. Again, not a big deal. It's done. So all in all, this was an easy project. 2 plates in the back, plate on my cylinder here, and the protector plate up front here. So now my lines are fully protected on this unit, and the only thing to get now as a mod will be the tube in the back that runs between the drive motors to protect them and keep them from moving, and I'll be doing that probably as soon as it warms up a little bit here. Okay, so we're about to wrap up this video on adding our safety plates to the cylinders, but I wanted to show you a couple more things that I've done to the excavator that I think you might find helpful, and I've linked to all of these in my pinned comment right underneath this video. And I did become an Amazon affiliate, not so much for the, commission or anything like that. It's because they make it so much easier to copy links and put it in your description. So I'm gonna go ahead and pin a link to the thread finder that I purchased on Amazon and a couple of the other things. So right here, I wanted to show you, I did some touch up on my machine. I have found that this Bare Premium Tropics Gloss is about the closest thing you're gonna find to match the paint on your excavator. And if you can see here, I touched up a little bit here. Is it exact? No, but you know what? It looks a whole lot better than rust. And then I also added it back here when I put, there's a big spot back here of some rust, and I just went ahead and covered it with that. And that looks so much better. And from a distance, you can't even really tell that I did that. The other thing I did on the machine, I'll put a link to the Bare paint in the description. And the other thing I did is I painted my pedals. As long as I had the black paint out, I went ahead and painted my pedals, but I also painted my sticks black. And I think that makes it look a lot better. I didn't really like those silver sticks, considering everything else on this machine is black. I like the fact that they have the gray handles with the black. That really looked good. I thought about painting these black also, but I didn't know how the paint would hold up, so I skipped it. It may have been just fine, but I didn't really want to get into it. The other thing I did was some people online were talking about the this back panel, and they're putting big hinges here or some other things to get this thing and swing it open, get it on and off. And you know what? It really isn't that hard, even with the bolts, to get this back panel off. But With that said, you have to get a wrench and all that. So I put these thumb screws on all of the bolt. I don't even know if I need all of them. And I put a bigger one up here for this one that holds the top on. So I can do it now without tools anywhere I am if I need to quickly access the rear of this machine and take it off if I need to. You know, for the most part, you can just set this, you know, lift this seat up and get to most of the things that you need to get to. But I wanted to show you one other thing that I purchased that I think is an absolute must for this machine. So as you know, fueling this machine is somewhat treacherous. So obviously I've added these bungee cords here to my seat to hold it up so it's not just pressing on those sticks. I didn't like that. I think I'm gonna get a few shorter ones, but I'm gonna work through this process. But I think bungee cords and then I can just strap them here to the machine is the best way to go. But so this fuel tank here is really very difficult to fill with a 5-gallon tank. And if any of you have ever tried it, you know you're gonna spill fuel everywhere. So I bought this. I'm gonna put a link to this in the description. This thing is absolutely fantastic because it has the long enough hose that it takes it up here and it reaches the gas can. And the thing I like about this one is when you turn it on, it will stop filling the tank when it is full. So it has a sensor on it, and when it senses the gas, it turns off. And then the gas that's in the tube just siphons back into the gas can. So you will not spill a drop. And you can just have your heavy can sitting there on the floor, fill your tank, and it's easy. And it just takes a couple batteries. I absolutely love this thing. I'm gonna use this for all of my machines because it's so easy. You don't have to lift this can anymore. The other thing I'm just gonna warn you about, because I was not thinking and dumb enough to do this. I set the can here and then went to use that device. Well, it worked great and it did everything it was supposed to. It filled the tank and then it shut off just like it should. But because the can was higher than the tank, it became a siphon as soon as it shut off. And I got gas all over, which is the one thing I was trying to avoid. So number one rule, that can has to be lower than the tank. And you guys probably already knew that, but it takes me a little longer to figure this out. Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. Today I'm gonna do the final modification on my H15R before I put it to work for the summer. So in this video, I'm gonna show you how to put these little ears on that I got on Amazon. They're gonna mount right here. And then there's going to be a steel bar that runs between them, between these two drive motors. And basically it'll protect things from hitting it, etc. And then you can use this as a tie down point. And it just keeps these from bending. I don't think in my usage of this machine, there's a real risk of it bending, but you never know. So I'm gonna make sure that it's on here and it's nice and tight against these drive motors so that this thing has no chance of it ever bending, and then I have a nice secure tie down. So, okay, in my previous videos, I installed these guards here over top. So these are gonna stay, obviously, but now we're just gonna go ahead and add the addition of the ears. So I've decided that I want this tight against the drive motor itself. So I'm gonna go ahead and take these off for now and then put them back on when the job is done. Obviously I'm working in the barn now because of the canopy. I can't fit this machine in my garage anymore. So I have to work back here. So that means I have to bring all my tools down here. It's not quite as convenient. I could work in the driveway, but it's fine. I have lights back here, so it's okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and take these off, and then we're gonna put these on and take a measure, cut the pipe, and then we're gonna deal with how to get the weld on here because I don't have a welder. So we're gonna talk about that, and I have an idea. We'll see if it works. So the guards are off now on the top here, and now I just have these on mounted here. So I wanted to show you something that in case you have no access to a welder or you can't get a welder for whatever reason, you could get by and it'd be fine. So what's going to happen is that is going to pass through that hole right there, the steel bar, the tube, and it's going to press against the edge of the motor here, and you're going to take it through and measure it all the way to here. Now you could just go from plate to plate, this plate all the way over to this plate, but I think it's going to be better if it goes all the way through and touches right here, all the way through and touches right here. Make that a tight fit, because what that's going to do is if you can't get around to welding it right away, you now have your toe, your tie downs, And you also have some protection here against this thing twisting. Although if this starts to twist, it's going to push on this, but it's going to be a lot harder to push, bend this and this at the same time. Now, ideally, you're going to want to weld it to here and to here, because then this bracket takes the brunt of any twisting motion. Just not sure that in my use, I'm going to need it. So right now, my goal is to get the bar on. If my buddy can weld this up for me in the near future, I'll do it, and I'll just have it welded for the end of this video. If he can't, then we're just going to leave it touching here and here, and it's going to provide whatever protection that provides until we can get around to getting it welded. I think that's perfectly fine. So anyways, let's go ahead and cut that bar now, and I'll bring it down and I'll show you what it looks like installed. So it's cut, and I made the game day decision when I got to the garage to just cut it flush with the ends of the ears rather than try to, I'm going to have it welded. So having them extend all the way out really doesn't add much. So I said, and then you're trying to get it exactly to that exact measurement so it's a tight fit. I said, you know what, forget it. I'll just cut it. Now it doesn't have to be exact, but I got it pretty close to where I wanted it. So I'm going to go ahead then and see, take this to my buddies, but I want to make sure that they weld it exactly square. So I have an idea on how to get it there and keep it squared up. This could be a really dumb idea to transport it, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some JB Weld on here, and hopefully that'll temporarily hold it in place so they can start welding it and it's in its exact position it needs to be in and won't move. Because if these are off, obviously I won't be able to bolt it right back up to here, because here it's perfect. So you want to be able to make sure you bring it in, it's going to fit to bolt it in. So we're going to see if we can eliminate some of that problem by fixing that with some JB Weld. So we'll see how that goes. I'm going to put it on right now. Okay, so I went ahead and applied some JB Weld there, and then on this side right here. And again, I'm not asking it to do anything structural. I just want it to hold that in place so when I take it to my buddy's shop, it's exactly where I want it to be. Then he can weld the other two sides real quick, and then we can knock off that JB Weld. At least that's the way I'm envisioning it. I could be completely wrong, but let's hope that that works and that'll keep it tight. I'll let you know because in tomorrow morning I'm taking this off and running it up to his shop. So the JB Weld has had all night to cure. So I'm going to go ahead and take this bar off, and we're going to see if it held up. So I'm going to pop this off and let you know the results and see if this made sense to do or not, or if I just wasted my time. So for those of you at home who were laughing the whole time you watched my little experiment with JB Weld, you were correct. It didn't work even a little. So I just thought it might be an easy way to hold this in place, and it was no big deal because I'm running up to my buddy's shop tomorrow anyway, so I had a couple days to play around. So anyway, so here's what I decided to do. Don't do that. That was a fail. But here's what you can do. I marked this with a scratch awl. So I've got my marks here and here. And then I labeled I don't know that it makes a difference, but I labeled right and left here on the tube. And then it's 18 7/8 from here to here. And it's 19 7/8 from the outside to the outside. So once we weld, we know exactly what measurements we need to get to, however he sets it up in his shop. And I'm sure he'll get that just perfect for me. So, and then this will be done, and I'll bring it back, give it a coat of paint, and put this on. But so when I come back, we'll have this welded, painted, and we'll have it back on. And I'll show you how I'm going to put that on and accommodate the brackets that have to go over this, because this is pretty thick stuff here. It's like a 1/2 inch thick. So you're going to need to know the measurements of the bolts, etc., if you're going to go with this setup and with the guards that go over the hoses. So we'll cover that as soon as I get back. So my friend went ahead and welded this on, and you can see, put nice welds on there, and there's what the ends look like. So they did a nice job for me. I threw a coat of black paint on it, and now we're going to go ahead and install it on the back here. And then I'm going to show you, I got some longer bolts to go on to the drive motors in the rear to accommodate the thickness of this, along with the covers that go over the pipes there. So let me go ahead and put this on, and then we'll come back and we'll reinstall the guards with the longer bolts, and we'll see what this looks like. So it's on, and I will tell you, if you had a welder, this job would have been a lot easier for me. My buddies did a great job of welding it, but it's hard to be exact when you know, you give them measurements, but these things vary in thickness a little bit. So it was a little bit, I couldn't get it on. There's the bottom line. So I grabbed my grinder and I did a little grinding on the back side here and on this side, and, you know, just put in enough grinds and you'll fit it in. So just know that if you're going to take this off site with the measurements and they're going to weld it for you, have a grinder, cheap enough to buy one at Harbor Freight, and just do a little surface grinding. And eventually, I mean, it took probably about 20 minutes of just finessing to get it in there. You can see this ring on the motor, pump right here on this drive motor. I don't know if you can see it in this thing, but there's a little bit that sticks out further than the rest. So that was holding this up from sliding in. So I just had to take a little bit off that inside edge there on this piece itself to get it. So it's on there now, and now we have to get the guards on. So what I did in anticipation of that is, here are the guards. This one goes on this side. I have to now overcome the thickness of this guard, I'm going to call this the back brace, and then the upper guard for the hoses. So look at all the thickness there that has to be accommodated. These bolts probably are long enough to accommodate the thickness of this, but they're going to have a hard time with, you want more threads, I think, to accommodate this. So what I did was I bought some bolts and some washers, and I got some longer bolts. And to be honest with you, I don't know what thicknesses you're going to be dealing with, so you're just going to have to get the bolts that match the thickness of this, plus the length that comes with the machine to get the right size, and then get some washers in order to make up the difference between the thicknesses of what's going to be back here, because this part is going to, I'm going to leave this on this just the way you see it. I'm going to put this guard over it. So it's going to be it's going to have a space there in the back between that and the bolt. So I went to the hardware store and I measured with my micrometer, and the distance is exactly a washer and a stainless steel nut. So I'll just screw those in between it, and that should take care of that gap. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now, and then I'll come back and show you what that looks like. So just show you exactly what I'm talking about. So I'm going to put this bolt through here. This is my spacer to go here, back here. And then I use a longer bolt to go in here to make up for the extra thickness here and added to this. So that will be a little longer. I just got these at the hardware store. I think these are, I don't remember the size of these bolts. They're like M20s or something, but I can check on that. But in fact, I have it right here. These are M14 2 by 65 millimeter. So, and they're grade 8. I ordered these from Amazon. So I'll put a link to these in the on the page. And again, that's to make up for the basic 1/2 inch here, plus the thickness of this. These bolts, I put this bolt, the one that came off it, through this. This has a lot of thread on it. So there's still a lot of thread to go through and accommodate this. But I just felt that adding the extra thickness here, I wanted to go back to this original size to secure the back. So that's what I did. So we're going to go ahead and put this one on. I already put this side on. You can see the spacers in the back there. And so this side's done. Let's get this side done. Okay, so it's finished. I have my guards back on for my hoses. I have my bar on in the back to prevent these drive motors from ever bending. If you're doing something and you're getting in a situation, we've seen some in videos and pictures where they have actually bent. This will ensure they do not. This is welded on, so I can go ahead and use this as a tie down. I can weld a hitch on here to pull a wagon. I can do a whole number of things, but this is about as protected as you're going to get guard motors right now. I have my bar in the back. I have my guards on top for the hoses. So I can actually not worry about backing into a stump or something else that might cause me trouble with these drive motors. So is this something that you should do? You decide. It's definitely not mandatory. So that is the last modification I am making to the H15R. So it's finally warm enough to have testing day. So today I'm going to start the machine up for the first time. Haven't started it in like 2 months. I'm going to do that in real time so you can see if it starts up after sitting for 2 months or if there's something we got to do to it. and then we're going to check for leaks. We're going to let it warm up, and then we're going to go ahead and pull it out into the driveway, and we're going to test the cushion valve and adjust that and get that dialed in. I'll show you how to do that and just see that everything works okay, so that when it's time to use this baby in the spring, she's ready to roll. So first, let's just do a quick recap of what I've done on this machine already. So if you haven't already been watching my series, you might want to subscribe, because I go ahead and put a lot of modifications onto this machine, and I'm going to be adding more. So this is just what I've done so far. So here's a quick recap. We're looking back here in the engine compartment. I added the oil cooler and filter mod. I put on a muffler blanket. I put some barrier back there for heat. I've added this deluxe seat with armrests. Inside here, you can see I put in a whole new electrical fuse box. I added a 10-inch fan that is tied into that fuse box, so that now if anything goes bad, I know exactly where it's going bad, and I can just pull the fuse and I know which item it is that's causing trouble. I added some switches. I added a battery voltmeter here that also has USB, USB-C, and the fan for the oil cooler, fan for the 10-inch fan. I just did this. Now that I have a USB plug, I added a temperature gauge. I'm going to be, here's the probe for it. I'm going to be monitoring the ambient temperature inside of the engine compartment. Now, today won't matter, but when I put the cover back on and this thing's heating up, I want to see what difference this fan makes right here in real time. So we're going to test that. I added a hydraulic oil cooler gauge here, and that is right here where the probe goes for that. I put on a cushion valve on this machine. I took off all the bolts from the swing motor and put Nord-Lock washers and red Loctite on those. I added magnets here to my hydraulic tank. I added a hydraulic thumb to the unit, which we'll be testing today. And then the last things that I have yet to do, well, here's another thing I did. I put this diamond plate rubber onto the footrest, and I still have in this box all of the guards to put on, but it's been too cold to paint. So we'll put that on another video, and but I have to have some warm temperatures so I can come out here and paint it. So anyways, that brings you up to date on where I am with the modifications. So let's fire this thing up if we can and see if it's leaking from any of the items that I put on. I might need to add some more hydraulic fluid. I filled it up, but obviously we have a whole cooler to fill, so it might go down a bit. So I may be adding a little bit more once we get going. But in fact, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and pause this. I'm going to add a little bit more right now because I know it's going to take up some fluid because it's got to fill that oil cooler. So I'm going to go do that, and I will be right back. Okay, we're all fueled up, and I put new hydraulic fluid in it just up to a higher level so that when it goes through that cooler, I can see where it's going to settle in at. But one thing I just realized from filling this fuel tank on this machine is that's a completely unacceptable situation. You have to lift the tank up kind of high to get it in here. And bottom line is it's just going to spill everywhere. So I think what I'm going to do is buy one of those battery-powered transfer pumps that goes into your 5-gallon gasoline container so that you can just basically use it like a fuel pump at the gas station. And that way you're not lifting cans up and spilling everything everywhere, because that's a real fire hazard if you let that to start happening. So anyways, that's done. Let's go ahead and start this thing up. I had the fuel turned off. There is a fuel shutoff switch on it, which is nice, which is down here. So whenever you put it into storage, if it's less than 30 days, you probably just want to shut the fuel off at the carb, or whenever you're transporting it, make sure you shut the fuel off. But if you're going to be keeping it for longer than 30 days, I would shut the fuel off and then let it run dry on the carb. If you do that all the time, the seals, I guess, could dry out. So anyways, I don't know how often to do it, but I know that if it's a short-term storage, shutting it off of the bowl is probably enough. So give it a little choke. Got to turn the battery switch on. All right. Nice. Start it right up. I'm just going to go ahead and let it warm up for a while. So I'll come back as soon as it's warmed up. Okay, it's been running now for, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes. My fluid's up to about 56 degrees, which isn't that warm, but it's enough for me to start using it a little bit. I don't have any leaks that I can see. So let's go ahead and pull it out, and then I'm going to show you how to adjust the cushion valve, and then we'll also play around with the hydraulic thumb, make sure it still works. So I put the pedals on it and the drive shaft, so I'm going to go ahead and just pull it out of the garage here. All right, so it's out in the sun. It's nice to be out in the sun for a change. And let's go ahead and test a few things on it. I'm going to go ahead and see if this hydraulic thumb works. So the pedal for it is here. And look at that. Very nice. That works just fine. So very happy with that. So we know the thumb works, so that's great. I'm going to go ahead and unlock my controls. And I want to, in order to test this cushion valve, you're going to want to take your dipper and push your dipper out on the unit. Okay? And then let's raise the boom up a little bit more. Okay. So our boom is up, our dipper's all the way out, and we can go ahead now. We do not need to run the machine initially to test this cushion valve. However, right now, the one thing you need to know is there is no fluid in the swing motor. So I'm looking at all this water coming out. That's because it was sitting for so long, outside probably, before I got it. That water is collecting inside that boom. So probably good to drain that out anyways. Yeah, we're going to put that baby up in the air and let it drain. Anyways, we're going to want to swing our house around and put some fluid into the cushion valve. Because right now, if I push on this right now, here, I'll show you. All right. So right now, if I push on this, I can swing the house with no effort at all. And that's because that cushion valve has no fluid in it. So your motor right now is basically swinging without fluid, because we haven't swung the house around. So we're going to go ahead and put the boom up. And let's, I want to make sure I don't hit my car over here. Let's slowly swing this house and get some fluid into the valves here. So I think I'll just do one rotation in each direction, and that'll be enough to get us where we need to be to test this unit. Okay, and then let's go ahead and do it the other way. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. So we know that our cushion valve has fluid in it now. And now let's do this test. We're going to go ahead and put this down. Okay. And you can shut the unit off now. It doesn't need to be on for the next test. At this point, the cushion valve can be adjusted without the unit running at all. Because you're not, the fluid, you know there's fluid into the valve. I'm going to turn my battery cutoff switch off. We know there's fluid in the machine now. So the way you test your cushion valve and the way you adjust it, here, let me just show you something on the cushion valve. I went ahead and backed it out. So here's the cushion valve. There's nuts on the end of the acorn nuts. I took those off. I took an Allen wrench, it's a number 4, and I backed these units out 2 full turns. I don't think it's going to be enough, but that's my initial start. At least I know they're out 2 turns. So what you're going to want to do is, now that your boom is all the way out, just take your hand and push on it. Okay, there is 0 give on this. Okay, so that cushion valve is fully engaged. It's not allowing fluid to rotate back through the swing motor. So what we're going to do is we're going to adjust these cushion valves. I'm going to turn them out another turn, and we're going to push. A turn, push, turn them in, whatever we need to do. So let me get my wrench. I have my number 4 here. And we're going to go ahead and I'll set it up. So hopefully you can see this. Okay. Perfect. All right. So we're going to go ahead and just take this cushion valve and turn these out another full turn or so. Okay. And I found on this other side, because of where it is, it's easier just to use this one. Okay. And we're going to 1 full turn. Okay. Okay, I think that might be too much, but we're going to find out right now. So again, same procedure. I turned them out. They're approximately 3 full turns out now, but I think, yeah, it's way too loose now. So we know we're closing in. We don't have much to go on this. Yeah. See how easily I can push it now? So we're closing in. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to fine tune this. I'm just going to go ahead and dial these in, maybe half a turn each. All right, there's a half. This one's way tougher because of its location. Okay. So they're both approximately 1/2 turn in. So okay, I can, if I get on a little, I can move that one. Yeah, I can do it. I think we're about there. I think this might be one that we can... I think we might be able to live with this. You're probably going to have to adjust it again, but we're darn close on... we're darn close on it right now. I'm not sure which one is which right now when I'm pushing on the boom. In order to find that out, I think what I have to do is loosen. I'm going to take this one. I'm just going to turn this one back out. So I just want to know. Okay, I'm going to loosen this one up. I just want to know which side is which. So I'm going to loosen that one way up. so that when I push on it, I'll know which side is affecting which. Okay, so this is the right side of that cushion valve, and this is the left side. That helps me to dial it in. Okay, so now that I know that, I'm just going to go ahead and I know which side I can work on. I'm going to work on the right side right now until I get it, and then I'll tighten it up and then go to the left side. So I'm going to give that half a turn back in. Okay. Give it a push. Okay, still way too loose. Tighten it again. Another half turn. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, maybe too much. All right, now I just back it off a little bit. You don't have to go a lot on these. Little changes make a big difference. Oh, there we go. There we go. I like that. I'm going to lock that one down. So the right side, we're going to call that done. Okay, now we can work on this other side. So let's see where we are. Yeah, that's not moving at all. So we're going to go ahead and turn it. Okay. I like it. I can turn it, but it's hard to turn. And that's what you want. You don't want it to be willy-nilly, because if it's too loose, it gives you too much of a cushiony feel, and it doesn't stop where you want it to stop. If it's too tight, then you're not really accomplishing anything. So I think we're going to try it right there for now. So I'm going to give it one last final, before I button this thing up, I'm going to give it one final test and just make sure that's where I want it. You dial it in for where you want it. See, if I get on it, it'll push. Yeah, okay. I'm going to call that a day. I think that's good. I'm going to go ahead and lock these down. Tighten those nuts here, and then put the acorn nuts on. And then I'm going to re-tie strap it. I'm going to put the cover back on here since we don't have any leaks. And I'm going to leave the rear cover off for now. And I'm going to play with it a little. But my rear cover is back in my barn, so I don't feel like getting it. So, and we're not going to put the canopy on because I still got to put it in the garage. So let's go ahead and tighten that down. Put the covers back on here so I can get on it. And then let's play with it a little in the driveway, and I'll give you my impressions on what I think. Okay, we have the pan back on, and you can see the nice, beautiful diamond plate rubber coating on there now, non-slip. And then the unit has been adjusted for the cushion valve. I'm not seeing any leaks at all from the unit. I forgot to tell you before, I know you saw this if you've watched the videos, but here is the battery remote. So I can see how the battery's underneath here, and then the canopy comes down and bolts onto this. So it's really difficult to get to. So with that, I don't need to worry about it anymore. I can jump the battery, charge the battery, do whatever I need. So now we're going to go ahead, and I think we're just going to play with the unit a little. I'll get it started, and then I'll set up the camera, and so you guys can see. I just wanted to give this thing a whirl and see how if it feels smooth, jerky, what. I don't even know. Haven't done it before. I literally took it from 5 feet in front of my driveway where the guy left it into my garage when I got it. So haven't had a chance to play at all. So this is my opportunity to at least give it my first initial thoughts. It feels kind of, I only have the engine idling, but it feels like it's got a little bit more speed than my Cardiwell ever did. I can tell you that. The guy who brought it to me said it should have more speed on it. Okay, we're going to try the boom up, see how that feels. And that feels good. Probably have a little bleed in the system. I see that it wanted to drop a little when I first pulled on it. Didn't do that before, so I think there's some air in the lines. Tell you what, that doesn't feel bad. That is not... Oh, that cushion valve feels good. That dipper feels nice. Okay, it looks like... Okay, I was a little concerned that maybe on my cardi well I could actually take the bucket and hit this right here. I can't on this machine, so that's why they don't have a guard here. You don't really need one, because I can't hit it with my own bucket. Okay, that feels really good. Now my guy put, the guy I bought it from at Hearst Equipment, he put the pilot springs on here. So it does have the resistance that a lot of them don't have. So that that's pretty nice right there. I just want to cycle all these lines because I know there's probably some air in there. Boy, that cushion valve just slops it really nice, I got to tell you. Everything feels good. Blade works fine. I'm not sure which way these pedals are supposed to go. I have them like this. I guess that's the right way. I don't know. There's not a lot of room for your feet on this thing. Your foot is hitting this pedal right here. I see some guys who put a lever here instead of this pedal, and now I know why. It's kind of an awkward place for your feet. Let's take this thing for a spin. See how fast it goes. These are kind of goofy, but I will tell you this is a lot faster than my cardi well ever was. All right, if you're considering getting an H15R, I wanted to give you a perspective of what it looks like when you're sitting here in the driver's seat. So obviously, you know, this is at idle right now. I brought my decibel meter so we could see what it feels like to your ear here sitting in the seat. So it's idling right now, and it's running around 75 to 80. So let's take it up to an operating speed. So if here it is at, you know, probably a comfortable light operating speed for the unit, and that's running around 79 to 80. So, you know, you would not hurt yourself by wearing ear protection. 85 is where you want to start wearing it if you're going to be exposed for any length of time. But, you know, you're going to get near that with the machine as you go into higher RPMs. But I'll show you how she feels with the stick. You know, nice. Here we are, we're gonna boom out. I guess that's the dipper, not the boom. Come on up. It's all the way up. And there's down. As you can see, I don't have the blade down. It's not jumpy at all. Now I do have pilot springs on here. I highly recommend them. They just help you feather your movements. But, you know, the dipper stick is working great. No problems. Got your thumb here. And that works. You know, I can make it go slower, obviously. So I want to show you something. These pedals, they're a little goofy. Like, you almost have to put your foot on them like this, and then you can get, because without you, it's hard to get the leverage to move the valve up and down. So if I do that and pull back, it's just a weird feel. You got to get used to it. Yeah, I guess you put your foot in there, and then you can just pull back. Pulling back is the hard part with these pedals. Going forward is easy. And then this is your blade here. So, you know, you can put your blade down. Obviously enough power to lift the entire machine up. And then the blade comes up quite a bit. And to spin the house, you know, it's this lever here, moves to the left or right. I have the cushion valve on here now, so that gives it a nice, you know, it doesn't just slam to a stop now. It gives you a little bit of a feathering. There we are. So that's decent. And yeah, so this unit is nice from my perspective. I can see that my hydraulic fluid is up to 92.1 degrees, and I have not, this is your lock button for the pilot, so now if I do the pilots, nothing's going to happen. 92, it's 101 degrees inside the engine compartment itself. I have a probe in there, and you can see my battery's at 14.2, and I haven't even turned my fan on yet for the hydraulic fluid. I was going to let this thing finally get to a full warm-up today, because it's probably good for it to burn off any water that might be trapped in the engine compartment. You know, you always want to let them come up to a full temp. I don't know if this thing's ever been run for any length of time. It probably hasn't. So I decided today I'd run it a little bit and let it have a chance to get any water that was in the engine evaporated out, let all the, you know, the hydraulic system run through some warm fluid. Get it up to maybe 100 and some degrees. We're going to see how hot it'll get, because I want to check out that fan. I'm not going to turn that fan on until we get up to temp here, and then I'm going to see how much it knocks it down. I'm going to see how hot that engine compartment gets. So I'm very curious about that. So anyways, this is just an experiment today. It's cold out still. I mean, it's like in the 40 degrees or so. So it's really not a great day to test its temperature upper limit. We'll do that this summer. So today's just playing around with it, but I wanted to give you a perspective on what it feels like up here. These sticks are kind of goofy, they're long, I don't know, they're all right, but, you know, we'll adapt. Okay, you can see I've added the canopy back to the machine. So this, I'm going to put it in the barn when I'm done here. It's not going back in the garage. So it's time to put this thing to work and see what it can do. So as far as I know, this is pretty virgin soil. So we're going to dig a hole right here. Randomly picked it in my yard. Let's see what it does. Put on the seatbelt. Pretty hard soil right here. And again, I don't pretend to be an expert at digging with this thing or any excavator by any stretch of the imagination, but I can tell you that our soil here is all clay. So it doesn't surprise me that it's, you know, you got to scrape it a little to get kind of a good bite in. Yeah, it's on a root. See these trees right here? That's a big oak, and that's a big root right there. That's a big root. See if we can tear through it a little bit. I feel it. There we go. I think I got some of that. Yep. Big old root right there. Let's go ahead and put this blade down. Give this thing some. There we go. Oh yeah, I can see that root in front of me there. There we go. Now I got a little power. Should have put the blade down. See that ground come up? There we go. Yeah, there's that root right there. But in my yard, this is my reality. I've got big old roots everywhere. That's what these oak trees give you to work with. Okay, took a few scoops out there. I just wanted you to see, I ripped through some roots here. I mean, they're not giant roots, but you know, they give a pretty good resistance. They're from this big oak tree right here. But it did a nice job. I'm gonna be able to trench quite easily when I do my trenching this spring. But I'm gonna give you a point of view from the unit itself. And so you can watch it from the unit and get a different perspective. Again, I hate to embarrass myself, but you know, I'm not an operator. So everything I do is sort of what you're going to do. Just homeowner, amateur stuff. But that's okay, because I have nothing but time now because I own the machine. So if it takes me 10 times longer than an experienced operator, it's just fine. But I'm kind of excited to get a little dirt on this bucket because this is kind of fun. Give it a little more juice. Give it a little bit more ripping power. Because remember, when you speed this thing up on the engine, it does give it a little bit more juice onto that cylinder and makes it a little quicker too. A lot of roots, again, a root. In case you're wondering, the hydraulic temperature right now is 100 degrees. I don't even have the fan on. I'm waiting on that. And the engine bay temperature is only 70 degrees. I have a probe down in the engine bay, keeping it at 70. And I don't have a fan on there either. I have the fans, but I just haven't turned them on yet. There we go. Get through that root. Now I'm not going to try to go too deep today because this is just a test. But you know, as you can see, it wouldn't take long to really dig a pretty big trench if you just kept at it here. And again, I wanted to show you guys that this thing is not as jumpy as some. I have no flow controls on this machine. This is just the machine doing its thing. I have pilot springs on my pilots here, but I don't have any flow controls on this thing at all. And I have the engine a little bit revved right now, so it's going to be a little jumpier. The higher you get that engine revved, if I turn it down, it'll calm down a lot more than that. And I don't think it's that jumpy. My Cardywell was way more jumpy than this is, that diesel. So don't think that just because you have a diesel, it's going to make it a smoother machine, because it doesn't necessarily mean it will. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we've done here. So always remember to lock your pilot controls so you don't accidentally bump them on the way off the machine. So as you can see, in just a few minutes time, I was able to dig this trench. I mean, obviously, it's total amateur hour, because that's what I am. And so any experienced operators watching this are probably horrified by what they just saw. And that's okay, because you know what? Don't care. I am an amateur, and I bought this because I am an amateur, and I wanted to have time to spend with it and do the projects that I wanted to do. So that's a little example of what it can do. I hope this helps the people that are looking to buy one in the very near future. If there's something else I can do for you, let me know. But, you know, my spring projects are coming up. I'm not quite ready for them yet. First project I'm going to be doing is running drainage right through here. And obviously, as you can see, it's going to be just fine for digging holes for drainage. So not really worried about that part of it. And we'll be able to get that project done probably rather quickly. So again, wanted to put this quick video out for you guys who are thinking about buying in the very near future, and you wanted to see an example of it. You know, this machine that I modded all winter actually doing something. So hope that was enough. Hope it helps. And please like and subscribe if you like the content. Until next time, this is Jeff with the JEFFSCAVATOR channel. And are you digging or are you filling?